Good morning. Nice cup of coffee.
In the beginning, there was darkness. Only the terror, myself, and the void. I was content with nothing. She dreamt of light, of life, of humanity.
There we go.
I've never been this far from the slums. Though looking back now, time to leave Angelka behind me.
As he wishes to destroy us and steal Atera's life.
Okay, cool. Wasn't sure if this was set up correctly.
Are you good? Name? Come. Let me watch you fight. Smoke.
It's a gold shrine. Dude, let's go.
So much destruction. And for what?
Oh shoot! Where's the right way? No! There's a lot of. Oh! Yeesh. Almost died there. That was scary. I actually need a health potion.
Where'd you learn to fight? Before it reaches town. Well done. We're almost there. I'll see you ahead.
Not happening.
Grail was one bolt. You could do this, and our alliance is secure. We'll lend our aid to heal Warrior's army.
that's up first. This 41 armor is pretty good. Actually, it's at tier 2. It is tier 2.
You're here to help protect my son, the Drake. Tread carefully. We've reinforced our walls. That's so more. Well, tell you what. Let's get out of here first, and then I'll explain more. These beastalks are hardly worth it if you don't know why Orion is after us.
Easy. Too easy.
I just realized I don't actually need mana regen for this until I get to
I'm sure you have questions, but let me first check and make sure the epoch's safe.
Alright, we need a silver ring,
Not
and that's
happening.
pretty much it.
The Terror's blessing.
Not you.
Right.
Oh, silver ring, let's go. Actually, I'll take these shoes too, because they have health on them. Ah! I can do the PDR.
Everything okay? What? And what are we there? Are you stay safe? Stay alive.
Okay. These bee gloves or something else? Whether it's something else or the mage gloves, which are kind of useless to me actually, unfortunately.
It was impressive, but it's mine. Core member wing.
And you're dead.
Let's head back to camp. I must reach Lena at once.
I've seen that ring before. Oh my gosh, I didn't put it away. Come on!
Not happening.
Stupid game.
He's back. He's been quiet.
You're back now, Lena. I'm so sorry to you too. This is what's best for us all. With the Epoch's power, I'll finally be able to.
I have to try that again.
is this place? I don't seem to have gone far, but everything looks so different. Is there anyone here?
I'll watch over you. Gods.
Yes? Gods be with you.
Venomous. Run, you stupid one.
Farewell. Gods be with you. Stay safe. What brings you here?
Haven't had that happen before.
What? Go on then. Bah.
You? Now, the gods have long left this world. But them.
What? Why? Bah.
Oh no, I did. Didn't get it the wrong way.
Panium, I please stop him.
Greetings. Do not dwell on regrets.
Gods be with you.
Yes? Follow your feet.
Oh,
Not
I went the
happening.
wrong way. No. Why did I drop those? I didn't mean to drop those.
Stay safe.
Let me in. There we go. Oh no, this isn't okay. That sucks.
grace be with you.
Very well.
Gods, may Terra watch over you.
Stay back.
Okay, I need a help pot, please. Oh.
What a shame, poor man. But what's done is done.
Wait, why are my boots? My boots should be set to 2. Oh, hold on. Or maybe not.
You seem a little this. He might be. Stay safe.
Then close your eyes and focus on the potential you wish to. I see that you are still you. That strength will be necessary if our world, our reality, is to have any hope.
Not happening.
Why? Thank you. There is an old passage to the
Gods be with you.
I will dispel.
Greetings. Do not dwell
Yes?
on regrets.
Oh, wait, I missed this.
May a terror smile upon you. May a terror smile upon you. Farewell.
Wait, where's... Oh no, what? Where's my bow? Wait, what happened to my bow? You've got to be kidding me. Please tell me I accidentally sold it to the merchant. Oh, also I have these boots, which are way better.
Yes?
My bow is gone. No. Oh shoot, wrong thing. I want to buy that back.
Follow your feet.
Man,
Not happening.
no. My bow is gone. Oh, that sucks. Let's go, chapter 3.
They won't forget.
Ooh. No upgrade, probably.
Greetings. Who are you?
My blood resistance is pretty good now.
They won't forget.
Ouch. Oh yeah, I want to grab this. Grab this, nice.
Easy. Too easy.
Not too easy, that was actually kind of scary. I got locked, I got stunned. Give me health potions, thank you.
Not happening. Not happening.
Oh, bother. I think I'm bugged. Maybe not.
Farewell.
I'm confused. Why are my blood olives pink? Did I not change them? Gloves. It should be 3. Get out of here. I don't want you.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm doing just well. Doing well. I didn't say dandy, but it didn't want to come off the tongue very well, so.
Yeah, you weren't meant to say it. Did you see what I posted in Food for Thought?
I didn't. I went to bed, like, whenever I got off last night, like, I went to bed. It was like 7 o'clock.
I was pretty tired myself. It's about the Marburg virus.
Oh yeah, I actually, so I did, like, see it, but I didn't actually, like, watch it.
I'll give you the synopsis. Man in Bangkok flew on February, I think it's... Okay, this date might be incorrect, but I'll try to keep everything else as relevant to the facts as possible. I think it was like February 21st. That you should look up. Very recently is all that matters. This
That's
month.
okay, I'm like the worst person with dates in the world.
Yeah, I'm
so.
not... okay, so anyways, last week, let's just say last week, there was a man on a flight going from Bangkok to Germany. That detail is very important. I'll explain later. The man who was seen being out of breath and lethargic. He looked sick, so the flight attendants asked him, "Is he okay?" And the wife said, "Oh well, we've been running around trying to get to the flights. Like this is why he's out of breath. It's okay." So they let him on the flight. And all of a sudden his symptoms progress. His symptoms go from lethargy to vomiting blood to then hemorrhaging blood out of his nose and eyes. The passengers and the flight attendant describe it as an explosion of blood.
Out of his nose and eyes?
The man dies on the plane. They turned the plane around to go back to Bangkok. Unfortunately, the man died on the plane. Now they're currently putting the plane in quarantine, the people who were on that plane in quarantine, and they are screening currently for the Marburg virus. What's interesting about the facts around this is, if you look up when and where the Marburg virus was first examined, it was in Germany. Not just Germany, but the place that he was traveling to. Okay, second fact. The Marburg virus comes from a family of viruses similar to Ebola. These are viruses that are that can be transmitted, or often transmitted, from monkeys or bats. And third, and most importantly, this is one of the few cases of Marburg that we've seen in our modern time, especially when it comes to the airports. So just keep that into your awareness. I am not saying that the Marburg virus is that disease X, but can you afford to not be looking out for all the different diseases that might be popping up around this time of weaponized virus? That's all. Just stay awake.
I think that weaponized viruses are the most, like, honestly, like, in terms of, like, physical threats, I think that,
It's a new nuke.
like, it is the most, like, dangerous, like...
Yeah, it's literally the new nuke. Oh my. So I say that because this all happened literally like a week ago.
Yeah.
And not only did it just happen a week ago, but it's not. I had to look really hard for this. I just want you to know, this was not something that I found just from an easy Google search. I had to really search for this case about Bangkok, because I suspect they don't want the world to be in a panic, right? So they limit that kind of spread of information. Yeah, just stay awake. And that's not the only funny thing that's going to be happening pretty soon here. I suspect that during the election there should be plenty of funny things as an American that you want. I'm just saying, if you want to talk about funny, it's about to get real funny in the States. And I ain't talking pandemic, I'm talking an epidemic of Trump derangement syndrome and the symptoms in the aftermath. Because you either got Trump derangement syndrome or you got Biden dementia syndrome.
So I honestly, like, I have no idea how we have the candidates that we have.
Because we're in the end times, bro.
Like,
that's why. This is the only time, okay, the only time that you can have a douchebag and a shit sandwich for presidency is when the society has become so morally decayed and so morally degraded that these are your two best options. That is really scary. That should be revealing, because it's not, Trump is not, it's funny, people think that Trump is like this reaction, but no, he is literally a symptom of the illness. He's not the illness itself. People think, oh, he's what's making America terrible.
Orange man bad, right?
Orange man bad. No, it's actually, he's a symptom of the sickness that America has. He's not the sickness itself. This is what happens when America's sick. You get presidents like Trump and Biden. I'm just saying, that's what happens when America's sick. You don't get healthy people when America's healthy. That's all I'm saying. It's a representation of the people. So if people are willing to vote for these two people, then that should say more about us than it does our presidents. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
But if I'll be honest, I think both of them are a terrible choice. But if I had to choose between Trump and anyone on the left at this point, I've done enough research to know that all these people, okay, if the DNC elects you, that means you're following in step with the DNC. So for me, I don't care about any Democratic nominee.
Right, because it doesn't matter what their particular position is.
Right, that's exactly my point. You know what? I thought Tulsi Gabbard, incredible woman. She served her country. She was a Democrat, but she also was not afraid to call out the Democrats' shit. Right? That's what you want on both sides. You want a Republican who's not afraid to call out the Republican shit. Right? That's what Tulsi was for the Democrats. You know what happened? She didn't get any publicity. Many times they ridiculed her, and now guess what? She's Republican. Why? Because she's just like, I can't. I mean, we're living in clown world over there. I can't live in clown world.
Well, that's it. I mean, like.
But it's so funny. She was a Democrat, and I could see right past all the illusion that they try to put by putting you in these boxes of Democrat and Republican. That person could have been a good person. And if we're talking about America being ready for a woman president, it ain't gonna be Hillary. It ain't gonna be Hillary, that's for damn sure. If we're gonna have a first woman president, it ain't going to be Hillary. Hillary's very unlikable. But if you had someone like Tulsi Gabbard, I guarantee you, even conservatives would find her to be appealing. Even though she's Democrat, she served her country. She's very based, actually.
Follow your feet.
because her logic comes from like, I don't have to go through loops. I don't have to jump through hoops for you to understand. Like, for example, gender theory, you gotta jump through a million hoops and repeat after me. You know what I mean? It's,
Right.
but you know, I'm curious. What are your thoughts for this next election?
My thoughts for this next election?
Yeah.
I'm just like,
Yeah, I don't know.
Like,
I feel like people are uneasy actually.
I am extremely uneasy. No,
Yeah.
that is exactly what I am. I am like I am bracing myself, honestly. Like I'm honestly like
Most you're not.
I'm
Just so you know, so
compartmentalizing.
you don't feel like
I'm
you're
literally
paranoid by it.
compartmentalizing because it's so like.
Yes. Okay, so just so you don't feel like you're the paranoid one here, I have heard this from 10 other friends and family members. Not exactly those words, but saying, I'm feeling a little uneasy, I'm a little concerned. I don't know if I should feel excited or scared. Like, it's this very mixed reaction. It's no one feels confident about it. They're just all kind of uncertain.
To be honest, like right now, like my yeah, I'm just like full laser focused on getting my life into as much of a self-sustaining situation as I can, as quickly as possible.
And the sooner the better, because time is running out.
Hmm.
And when I say time is running out, I mean you will be challenged. You will be challenged in ways we Americans haven't before. And that's me included. Even though I'm in Europe. Yeah, should be interesting.
Honestly, like after I found out that DeSantis dropped from the race, like.
Oh yeah. And what's his name?
Honestly, like.
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I didn't feel like anyone else had the experience that was the thing is, Vivek is very much he's an abrasive person like Trump is.
He can be abrasive, yes, but
And
I
don't
think that he does it with less ego, which is totally fine with me. That's because the thing about Trump is that Trump does it. He'll say something abrasive and then end it with "cause I'm the best, cause we're the best." It's always something with ego, right?
Right.
But when Vivek talks about it, doesn't necessarily come off as like, I'm telling you this because I'm so good, I'm so smart. No, he's saying it because, listen, I'm saying this because
it's not as demeaning.
No, he's saying it's like, I'm saying this because tough love. I'm saying this because tough shit. I'm just saying it as it is. He's not. That's the difference. It's the approach. It's the way in which he sends his message. Because to be honest, Trump and Vivek actually have a similar message. I would say Vivek's probably a little more. I wouldn't call it rational, but a little more balanced in his approach, I guess. Because he kind of explains it. He explains it in a way that I think Trump goes very simple, very top level, which is why people like him. But I think Vivek goes a little bit deeper underneath the surface, which is why I like him. like he doesn't go, we need to get these illegal immigrants, this and that. He says, oh, listen, we have an illegal immigrant problem, but hey, by the way, there's a way for them to become citizens.
So, real question: who's actually on the ballot for the Democrat?
I don't know.
Because they're
if I'm to
putting
guess,
Biden up, bro. Like
they're not.
they can't. They literally
Yeah,
can't.
the guy is literally having Alzheimer's as we speak. As he speaks, actually. As he speaks. There's no way. There's literally no way that you would lose more trust in the public in the public than you already do, than they already have. So it's not happening.
I mean, they would literally just lose by default. Like,
Yes.
like everyone would be like, well, I'm not gonna vote for him, so I'm not gonna vote, right?
Well, assuming that it's a fair election, fair and free election.
Okay. Yes.
Assuming
I
it
always
is.
have to assume that because honestly, otherwise it's like
You don't have to always assume that, because if you always assume that, then that's how it happens.
well, no, I just mean that I have to like it's a completely different like situation, and it like your vote
so
doesn't
that's why
matter at
I'm
that
giving
point,
that reality,
right?
because I think a lot of people, especially if you were to give them the different, let's just say it's something simple like Kamala versus Trump. Okay, let's just say it's Kamala versus Trump. I don't see people. It would be very hard for me to believe that Kamala, especially after what happened last election, received more, and what happened during the term, more votes than Trump. And if that's the case, I would again expect. I'm honestly of the opinion that our systems are heavily influenced by nefarious means. Whether that means we have a fair election or
Yeah, it's called China.
No. Even worse than that. There are, if we're talking about like we're talking about illegal ballots, essentially dead voters, the machines and how they were known to switch the ballot votes. How these machines have also, a lot of the machines, when they try to look up the information on those machines, right before they did an audit, they just magically deleted everything. I'm just saying, I wouldn't be surprised, because it doesn't necessarily need to be a coordinated issue, coordinated issue for it to happen. It could literally just be a few crazy activists that happen to change the vote. That's all I'm saying. I don't suspect that it's happening on such a mass scale that we wouldn't notice. But that's what I'm suggesting, that we have noticed. That's why I don't assume. I think that we've had rigged elections for a long time. This is not new. And it's a game that the politicians play, and is usually hidden from us. But I guarantee you that there is an aspect of hacking or cheating, so to speak, the system. It would be silly to think that the votes are always safe and effective. That's all I'm saying. You're telling me that these booths are all safe and effective?
I mean, did you see the Pennsylvania election?
No, I haven't.
Not the
What happened in the Pennsylvania election?
Actually, Pennsylvania was one of like the main states that had like extremely like obvious like issues with their voting. And basically what happened is that here's really this is a big issue, right? Is they basically had all of the House of Representatives, the state House of Representatives, had this huge thing where they went in and examined and everything, but they only had it was literally just the conservatives. Like basically the rest of the House of Representatives just decided to not partake in it.
Really?
Yeah, they literally did not like do anything to help the people at all.
Yes, which is kind of suspicious if you.
And then, and so here's what happened is there was, and like as bad as maybe like the media was with everything, like the amount of basically. I will say things that like were clearly like they wouldn't have happened in a normal situation, or like just rampant. Like there was. I mean, this was a long time ago. This was back in 2020. But like. The amount of like systems that were not followed appropriately.
I know. That's part of the voter fraud.
That like were very clearly intentionally not followed appropriately.
Of course.
The thing is like. Who cares what the numbers are if the system used to acquire the numbers is incorrect? The problem is that the numbers are what change the vote, right?
Yes.
But the system used to acquire those numbers, right? Even if it's faulty, you can't prove that the vote was fraudulent because the vote itself can't be changed by that. Like the vote itself can't say, oh, you lost by, you actually, like you manipulated the numbers, right? And actually this many people voted and this many people didn't.
Right.
What actually happened
what ends up happening
was people were literally not even allowed to vote in the state of Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow.
Like literally people who showed up on voting day were not allowed to vote because of various like reasons.
Oh yeah, there's issue with the ballot. Oh, there's, by the way, we're closed because we're doing some type of maintenance. Oh, I'm sorry, this is closed at the moment. We're all in break. Whatever the reason may have been.
No, it was like more absurd things. It was like, we have it open, but you're not in the right location to vote. You have to go to this place to vote.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't need. You don't need politicians to be at the. It could literally just be activists who are just doing something shady.
Well, and so literally, here's what actually happens too, is that their state Supreme Court basically ruled to not allow these people to like
donate their time.
It was just a mess.
Yeah, because they donated their time. They're doing it for free. That's what's crazy about all this. So of course they have an intention if they're doing this for free. They either love their country or they really love to skew the vote of the country. should be really fun for you guys. You might actually be able to see the eclipse where you're at.
The eclipse?
I didn't tell you about the eclipse?
I didn't know there was an eclipse coming up.
Oh. You want to hear something interesting about this eclipse? So, in 2017. Let me make sure. I don't want to give you wrong information. From my credible sources. No, they are credible sources. I try to only pull from credible sources, but sometimes some are more credible than others. Alright, dude. They called it the first American eclipse that happened on August 21st of 2017. It was also known as the Seven Salem Eclipse because the path of the eclipse crossed over 7 U.S. locations named Salem. Well, now the second Great American Eclipse is almost here, and it should cross over 8 U.S. locations called Nineveh. Nineveh, Texas, Nineveh, Missouri, Nineveh, Indiana, Nineveh, Ohio, Nineveh, Pennsylvania, Nineveh, Virginia, Nineveh, New York, and Nineveh, Canada.
That's a lot of Nineveh.
Yes, it's in the province of Nova Scotia. That's in Canada.
Why do we have so many towns named Nineveh?
Well, because there's a lot of history that hasn't been taught to us. And the people who do were some of the founders of this country. And so they put these things in very specific reasons because it confirms a lot of the mysto-synchronism that they believe and that they try to make reality. And so what you see here are 2 examples of mysto-synchronism, where the universe seems to align in very strange and coincidental ways, but there's also a layer of mysticism.
Want to play with vinyl?
No.
Why not?
I'm not in the mood. Yeah. But yeah, that eclipse should be happening on April 8th. It'll cross over 8 places named Nineveh. You should, Statlog, if I'm not mistaken, you might be close enough. I don't know how close you are to Nineveh, Texas, but it might be worth looking at.
Long way.
It's pretty far.
How close is
yeah, it's like 20 hours.
Oh, well, Texas is pretty big.
I have a question, Adam. How close is Nineveh, Canada to Michigan? Because I might be able to see it.
Let's see.
It depends on how far in. If I'm in the middle,
this is what it's going to look like. I'm trying to see what the pathing looks like. Here's the map. Okay, you wouldn't see a full eclipse, but you would see a minor eclipse.
okay.
The full eclipse happens only in the path of Nineveh. And if you're familiar with, well, when it gets creepy is when you start to understand what Nineveh is and the story of Jonah, and then what's also happening later that month. It's all just like, oh wow, this is very meta, so to speak. But there's going to be also on that same month 2 different cicada groups. One is a 17-year hibernation, and another is a 13-year hibernation. And they're last year we exhibited this, and there was billions of cicadas. That's 1,000 million. Now, this year, this is the first time in 221 years that this has happened, and it is going to be trillions. So billion is 1,000 million, trillion 1,000 billion. So in places where you typically wouldn't have seen cicadas, you're going to deal with this pest. So I suspect the entirety of the United States will be dealing with cicadas in August in a way that no one has in our lifetime. Just because it only happens every other lifetime, really. If humans live to be 100 years, only happens every 200.
Wait, so it happens
221 years. Yes.
Wait, I have a question then. If that's the case, you know the cicadas and locusts that happen in the Bible? Just be that one?
I don't know. I can't say with definity, but what I will say is that it is very strange.
Like, could we have prophesied revelations happening?
I would say it's possible. I would say it's very possible.
Because we already got famine going on around the world.
If you do your own Bible work and you start reading a little bit in Revelations, you might find that there's some things that resonate. So just read and do your own spirit work, and then you might realize maybe it's not necessarily like, the thing is we won't ever know like the time exactly, but there'll be signs. And it's just good to always be prepared in ways that you don't have to worry. Because if you're prepared in a way that you don't ever have to worry, then it doesn't matter if we're in end times or not. If that makes sense.
Going in end times, I'm going fucking mad.
Yeah, well, there's two beliefs though. Like, you think there's this idea of going, like rapture, for example. Rapture, people think it's going to be some type of just instantaneous, all of a sudden, boom, or people start actually ascending into heaven.
Oh no!
The way we're taught. No, so,
like,
well, so
we're gonna live in the apocalypse. But
well,
we're gonna be there, but as you know, holy. And when we die, we go to heaven. Sure.
Well, so the idea, so we're taught, at least, I'm LDS. We're taught in LDS tradition that if when the end of times do come, that it will look like Jesus will come like a thief in the night, and that think of the rapture like being kidnapped by angels. That is how they describe it. Whether it's an actual literal kidnapping by angels, or there is a plan to kidnap a large portion of people they believe worthy, it will look or feel like a kidnapping by angels, and that God is coming like a thief in the night to steal his people back to him, which is very interesting.
I feel like what would happen, like, my church has a complete and utter belief than what I do. I still go to church, obviously, but
Sure.
but like, it's like, I believe that we're just gonna be living as holy men on earth, but we're saved. So when we die, we are instant heaven.
See, yeah, so that is interpretation. That is certainly, and that is a reality that it could take shape. Because
like,
the idea,
like, we are there on earth, living through the hell, but even though we have sinned, like, we, in that, like, right there in the hellish times, practically, we're there to, like, save people, but,
yes,
like,
well, so they, so LDS understanding of the heaven is that there's three kingdoms of glory. There's the telestial, the terrestrial, and the celestial. And if you break down what those words mean, telephone, teleport, telecommunicate. Tele means being far away, removed. So think about the far away, removed kingdom. Much like America or the West. We have technology that allows us to communicate instantaneously with things that are far away. Tele. Now, the Celestial Kingdom is the lowest form of glory, but and if you're just good, and you did good, and you follow, then you have the chance to live in the Celestial Kingdom, right? Then there's the Terrestrial Kingdom. Terrestrial. Think of terrestrial bodies. Think of a planet. Think of the ground. Think of in the earth. Terrestrial. And the Terrestrial Kingdom is if you lived a good, even better life than if you were to live in the Celestial Kingdom. And within there, you can actually travel to the Celestial Kingdom, but the Celestial Kingdom can never travel to the Terrestrial Kingdom, unfortunately. That's just how it works. And then there's the Celestial Kingdom. Celestial. Think stars. Think heavens. Think space. And
basically, if we follow the will to God to the letter, we go to the celestial.
Yeah, so it's celestial is symbolic of higher spiritual attainment, but it also is representative of the cosmos, because you would need to have this spiritual attainment in order to travel the stars and to manifest God's will. And the Celestial Kingdom would be if you live the most virtuous life, and the Celestial Kingdom can go to the Terrestrial and the Telestial, but the Telestial and Terrestrial can never get to the Celestial. Unfortunately, it's part of the separation of kingdoms. And during end times, we will in an instant become either A, terrestrial, or B, celestial in an instant. In fact, you may wake up one moment and realize that your friends or family are gone, and they describe it as being kidnapped by angels. Feels like they're kidnapped. People aren't sure where they went. Now, if you understand how even the military treat end times, and when you look at all these different wealthy people, what are they doing? They're building bunkers. Terrestrial. The terrestrial, that terrestrial symbol is more than just bunkers. It is. There's more than just bunkers, but that gets a little bit tricky. But it's essentially people who, in the end of time, will live in the earth, and they will establish a kingdom that is terrestrial. Think of like Fallout, right? Think of like Fallout. That'll happen. But the idea though is that God has already a terrestrial kingdom. So I don't know exactly how that looks, but Satan and the adversary will certainly take to the terrestrial kingdom when the end of days comes. That's the idea, that there are these different forms during the end of days, and that we end up evolving into these kingdoms during the end of days. So there's a lot of metaphor there. For example, I don't know if you knew, but the LDS have some of the most intricate subterranean bunkers and infrastructure that is in the mountains. These large granite mountains. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they're really. You know, let's just put the empirical side of me, not the one that's spiritual and religious. If I'm just looking at the physical reality of things, they have shelters and food storage that are also in those same mountains, so that in case of a pandemic or some type of disaster, they will house their own people. I mean, you just look at it as like a literal.
Not to mention, in a lot of those bunkers are designed.
Yes, hundreds of years. Actually, hundreds of years. The ones that have been built by, for example, I don't know if you knew, but when the Salt Lake Temple was first built, it was built with a shaft that was empty until the invention of the elevator, in which then they placed it there. Which is kind of strange. Not to mention, right now, they are currently reinforcing the temple in Salt Lake City, which, by the way, that's like the capital of the LDS. of the LDS religion. It is literally the capital. They're taking these pillars, and they're trying to make to reinforce the temple, but they realize that through renovation it's going to cost too much. So they're literally demolishing it, starting from scratch to build these reinforced poles to withstand earthquakes. So they had an already built temple. They decided it's so important that we reinforce this for earthquakes. We're going to demolish it and spend even more money because it makes more sense to have this reinforced by earthquakes than it is to let it stand and then fall if something were to happen. Which to me is kind of like a signal to other LDS without saying it. Because everyone who's outside of the church doesn't see those types of those things as kind of like a message being sent to the church. But in the end times it talks about earthquakes. So it's kind of like, and be prepared.
It sounds like to me them preparing you for end times.
Yes.
Which in reality, why would they prepare for end times if they're gonna be instantly raptured? Why would they
because God helps those who help themselves. God doesn't want you to just put all your blind faith into him without any simple action in your day-to-day life. That's counterintuitive. So God helps those who help themselves, especially if you're following God's covenant. Are you familiar with the story of Nineveh?
Not particularly.
Well, the reason I say this is, if to reinforce this whole idea, Nineveh is going to be the place where this eclipse should be happening. But if you know the story of Jonah, it goes something like this. Jonah fears God, so he runs away, goes to this boat. He's with his friends, and all of a sudden they're getting turbulent waters, and he goes, what's going on? Why is God angry? Who angered God? So they drew lots.
Jonah did because he didn't want to prophesy.
Yes. To Nineveh. To Nineveh. Yes.
And didn't want to basically tell them the word of God so that they could be saved.
Yes.
And throw away from that. So that's God's punishment for him. He got eaten by a whale.
For 3 days and 3 nights, and in that time, he had a conversation with God, and he was shown repentance and mercy. And so he ends up going and making a vow and says, okay, since you have forgiven me, I will go to Nineveh and I will warn them. And he goes, listen, Nineveh, you guys are very sinful. You have 40 days before God's wrath. And all of them, they became worried. It was like in a moment they felt sorrow and remorse. And so they started to cover themselves in sackcloth. And they started to repent and pray. And God saw this, and he showed them mercy. And Jonah was actually upset. He said, well, listen, you told me to go warn them that you're going to destroy them, and here you are, you didn't even do anything. And so he gives Jonah a gourd one day, and he's happy. The next day, the gourd has a worm in it, and it's rotted, and he's sad. And he says, well, why were you so attached to the gourd when you received it? He's like, you had no, it's like, and then when it died, you too had such an attachment to this gourd. Why? You had no play in its growth. You did not harvest the gourd. It's like, so why are you so attached to its outcome? It's like these people in Nineveh, they don't know the difference between good and bad. This is their attempt. It's like, should I not give you this, or give them the same mercy and repentance that I gave you? You know, and so they were spared. But what's interesting about that is, if you look at America, where we're headed, look at the border crisis, which, by the way, it starts in Nineveh, Texas, which is near the border, and it goes all the way up to Nova Scotia, Canada. To me, this is, if, let's say there is a God who's all-knowing, who had such control of the cosmos that they can even align the Earth and the Moon in ways that to us seems magic. I mean, I'm sure he would put clues in ways that are quite evident. And, you know, some of those things might be lunar eclipses. Some of those things might be weather phenomena. Some of those things might be actual prophecy. So that's what I'm thinking. And also, if you understand the mark of the beast, if you, first off, that's very symbolic language. The mark of the beast. You will essentially be known by the beast through the right hand and of the forehead. But what people often lack the context is that in the time in which the Bible was written, the words that they used were often symbolic. You can see this similar with the Kabbalah and the Torah. The Kabbalah was a way to understand the deeper layered meaning of the Torah. But the Bible is missing this. That's why oftentimes we would need priests and pastors to do that for us, especially as we were not literate. And what's happened is that the symbology of the hand in that time was, think of what we do with our hands. In day-to-day life, we act with our hands. We manifest with our hands. So when they say the right-hand path, they're actually talking about a very rigid. So sorry, when they talk about the right hand, the right hand and the left hand, they're actually talking about rigid paths. The right hand would be akin to like religion, military, government, and there's these set rules that will achieve enlightenment. The left-hand path is similar to like esoteric or occult, and they often lean towards like magic or nature in their path. And when it talks about how they will be marked of their right hand and of the forehead, what it's saying is that they will be marked by rigid action and by thought. Because when you refer to the place between the eyes, you're actually talking about the mind, or the third eye, the seat of the soul, the pine cone, the pineal gland. You're actually talking about your thoughts, which is also a reference to your spirit, because your spirit is what generates thought. So you will be marked in the end of days by your thoughts, by your actions, and by your spirit. And so this will take on a literal form. Of course it will, because that's just. But the spiritual essence is already here. The spiritual essence is already, like, the idea that people are so divided that they identify with the mark of the beast system. That's already happened. Just look at the LGBTQ, look at the left and the right fighting, look at it's already happening. And then just look at how people walked in order with the vaccine, and how they were telling you, hey, you got to do it, or otherwise you're going to be, that's the beast system. The Apple Vision Pro. The only way you adopt an Apple Vision Pro is if you're part of the beast system. That's the only way. You don't see Africans will have, I'm sure, find it fun, but you won't see them using every single day like you will in America. People walking on the streets, all that. And why is that important? Because that controls thought. It actually will influence action, and it's a mark of something that is trying to bring down your focus, that's trying to distract you. Because I mean, what do you think that these Apple Vision Pros are going to do? They're just going to distract everyone. It's not going to be good. I mean, I'm just saying, like, if we want a real, just like, hey, you want the physical embodiment of what that looks like? Looks like biometric systems that are linked to healthcare passports. It looks like Apple Vision Pros that everyone are using if you're privileged. I'm just saying, it's going to look like ridicule of your neighbors just because they have a slightly different belief than you. That's what the end of days looks like.
Well,
in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, that's dumb to be ridiculed. I'll never.
I know. Oh yeah, never.
I'll never do that.
Never.
Would you never do that? Because I wouldn't.
I mean, sure, you can mock people for, you know, what they believe, but at the end of the day, like, there's no reason to, if their belief is wrong, then, like, that's actually, like, That's on them, right?
My belief is better than yours.
Privileged thought, privileged ideas. That's what the beast system looks like. The reason why all these ideas, you're allowed to say certain ideas and you're not allowed to say others is because those are privileged ideas that will allow you privilege when you're navigating the workspace or even society in general. It's a form of doublespeak, it's a form of thought control. And you're seeing it right now. That's what I mean by being marked by the beast. It's all these small little things that take away your own understanding of truth, reality, and connection. That's anything that goes counter to that is part of the beast system, in my opinion. Rome is the beast in the Bible as well. I don't know if you're familiar with that. And if you understand that Rome was the beast in the Bible, you realize that we are just the revival of the Roman system in America. What happens is that the people who want to take the word of the law will often be at odds with the people who want to take the spirit of the law. And that's a battle that's constantly fought through every single great nation in history. It's the idea of the Philistines versus Christ. The Philistines were these people. The aristocratic people who just only looked surface deep and took the literal interpretation of words instead of their symbolic or representative meaning. Like, for example, I love Blue, but he's a Philistine. I love him so much, but he's just... Yeah.
How dare you say something?
No, I would tell it to his face. I don't... He knows he's a Philistine. He's okay with it. But that's a perfect example of what a Philistine's like. Just think Blue.
I haven't played with him, so I wouldn't really know.
Oh, he's just like very into carnal pleasures and hedonistic. That gets very addicted to things, but willing to discredit the spirit of the conversation for the literal, like how he can win the conversation. And I say that with love. I don't say that as,
I'm more of the person as if you can show me that you're right and you're right. And you have to have sound logic behind it too.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah, that's fair. Sure. No, it's not that. It's...
It's not that.
No, I'm sure he would do something similar. It's more the idea that
it's a lack of interest in seeking truth.
Yes. That's what it comes down to. You understand that, Scott. But I guess it's also because he's played with Blue. he doesn't care
actually,
for the truth
I mean,
because
that's
he
just...
would rather live in whatever gives him joy in that moment.
I would say fundamentally that's like the vast majority of people, including like, actually I would say including and maybe even more specifically, a lot of like world like renowned philosophers actually have a very similar application of that, but they do it in a way that is more
Viable?
No.
well, no, it makes them appear like they are seeking truth.
Oh, I see. The illusion.
Right.
Truth seeking. Because the ego of being a truth seeker is far better than the reality of seeking truth.
Right, because they're not actually internally wanting to seek truth, right? What they're doing is they're wanting to put on this image of seeking truth.
Yes. Yeah, that's very common.
And it's
well, that's
particularly
why
it's particularly common of very smart people too.
Yes, well,
which
that's
makes it
actually
really
the
easy
point I
for
was
them
going
to
to
do.
make is something that you see often with like the left is that exact thing. It's this idea of moral virtue signaling. So like it doesn't matter about the truth. It's how can I spin the truth?
Well, I mean, and the thing is, I think that, you know, in a sense, what they actually suffer from is cognitive dissonance, right? Is they have
but
sort
that
of like
cognitive dissonance is so.
no,
It's one of those
it's a
things that even if you-
self-deception, right? It's a self-imposed cognitive dissonance.
Usually, I find that the smartest people are the ones who run into cognitive dissonance, and it's what happens when you actually have a logic fallacy that you accept as true. And once you start with one logic fallacy, it grows from there. And because you're so intelligent, or someone's so intelligent, they're actually able to create very unique and persuasive ways to lie to themselves and to lie to others. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely seen that.
I mean, I literally, like, I went there because of, like the example that we were talking about with Blue, like, like, I would say that is the most pure and common, like, place that I actually see that played out.
Yes. So, I mean, I also think that when you're intelligent enough, you're able to construct the lies better. Like, you can construct argument and you construct logic better if you're smart, but you can also construct lies better. So, it's a double-edged sword.
Right.
Stupid people don't come up with good lies, is all I'm saying. It's rarely that stupid people run into or come up with good lies. It's usually the most intelligent people, because they will lie by omission. The best liars will lie by omission, and they'll never actually lie.
Right.
That's and that is very common.
Well, and that's how people. I mean, that's how people have, like, sort of that's where naivety comes from as well, right?
Yeah.
Is it's not really someone is telling themselves falsehoods. It's that they are choosing to, you know, fail to acknowledge what is real.
Welcome, traveler.
In order to, they're not really lying. What they're doing is avoiding truth.
Manned up and
that simulation theory is just is literally just religion without God. I'm just saying. It's literally like the same thing that Christians believe. The only difference is they don't believe in Christ and they don't believe in God. But the whole idea that you're in a hologram and it's all a simulation, and then you end up going back to the real thing that's not a hologram. Okay, whatever. It's just for people who really want to take the God out of religion. That's all it is. That's what hologram theory is. Just so we're clear. And to be honest, if a scientist believes in simulation theory, low-key, they're a Christian. They're a Muslim, or they're a
theist.
They're a theist, Essentially, yes, exactly. They're atheists and they just don't want to believe it. They don't. They want to come to terms with it. They want to create their own religion.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to create their own religion.
I mean, we all. Yeah, but I mean.
That's pretty much always the case on some level, though. Is like people who are atheists, right? Like, not really atheists. They're theists who don't want to
believe in God.
Believe in God. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Well, no, that is what an atheist is. Atheism is a religion. That's the crazy part. They're anti-theism, but atheism as a group is a religion. They all have a very similar tenets and doctrines, and the whole point of atheism is to discredit theism. And so they are organized in so much as they will constantly sprout their testimony that God isn't true and that religion is a lie. That's their testimony, and their testimony is repeated amongst all other atheists, and they all have very similar talking points. I mean, I'm just saying, it is a religion, whether these atheists want to believe it or not. It's a fucking religion. It's the religion of science and mocking religion. That's the difference. It incorporates science with an aspect of mockery. Because I've never met an atheist that wasn't just someone who hated religion. That's it. Never met an atheist who's like, oh, well, I just believe in science. I don't. No, they'll always often come up with, whether they're upfront about it or later they end up revealing why, 100 reasons why they hate religion. It doesn't matter which religion, they just hate them all.
Stupid, or why...
Oh, why it's stupid, why you're stupid for thinking about how religion could even be true. This is why atheism for me, when I hear someone's an atheist, I'm like, oh, here comes the moron. Actually moron. This guy doesn't even realize he's in a cult.
It's like, oh, you have 180 IQ, but, like...
I know, but you're using it to argue the most useless thing that doesn't matter. Like, it literally doesn't matter if you're arguing that God doesn't exist. Because let's go into hypotheticals. Let's say it does exist. Do you really want to risk being on that team? Yeah, do you really want to risk being on that side of the team? I'm just saying. Like, how about you just do your own thing and believe in science? Don't go into the hating religion part. But that's why I find people who say they're agnostic, that's different. Agnostic is someone saying, I don't really care one way or another. Like, it could exist, it might not exist. Like, I'm not married to one idea.
Right, that's more of like an unwillingness to explore it than agnostic. Right. Yeah,
well, that's what it is. It's also they haven't had personal experience, which is fine. Not everyone has had personal experience. That's fine. Like going to church or having friends and family that taught them. Like that's fine. It happens. But atheists are just ugh. I honestly have better conversation with Luciferians than I do with atheists. Because at least I know.
At least they take a stance on something.
Well, that's exactly it. At least Luciferians take a stance, and they're pretty much telling you, like, listen, my whole belief is to mock you. They're not trying to hide it behind the veil of science. They're literally just saying, listen, this is what we do. Like, whatever your Christ was, we like to do the opposite. We like to, you know what I mean? That whole subjugation stuff. If you're smart enough and powerful enough, sure. You know, but at least they're not hiding. They're not hiding their morals. They're not hiding their ethics. They are telling you to your face they are Satanists. You know what I mean? Like, whereas atheists, they want to play pretend, and they may not even realize that they're Satanists. Because let me tell you, the difference between an atheist and a Satanist, the difference between an atheist and a Satanist is that one goes to their local Satan church. But the gateway to being a Satanist is very easy through atheism. Very easy. Because the way that they word Luciferianism or Neo-Satanism is not necessarily veneration of a physical being.
Well,
it's a symbolic representation of what Lucifer represented. And so atheists resonate with that much easier than believing in some type of God.
I would say that atheism is actually it's the worship of self, right? It's
which is Satanism.
It's literally like saying, like, you know, I am God, right?
Which is literally Satanism. It's Luciferianism. I'm telling you, it's the gateway religion to Satanism. That's all I'm trying to say. It's literally the gateway religion. Whether people want to see it or not, I mean.
Well, how do I join this religion? Oh, atheism, let's go down this route. Oh, Luciferianism. Oh, cool.
Well, because what ends up happening is that in their attempts to demolish and to demean and ridicule God, eventually they'll have enough conversations where they start to understand the concept of God, and then they realize, oh, but I can create my own God. You know what? The one that is the most interesting is the one that says that I'm God, that I should worship myself. You know, and then you start to get into very dangerous occult ideologies, like Luciferianism, things about Baphomet. I mean, I'm sure there are many more than just Luciferianism and Satanism. I mean,
I mean, at the end of the day, right? Like literally, if you want to put it as a concept, right? It's literally. It is. It's so Satan is like the enemy of God, right?
Yes, exactly.
So
that's
like,
exactly what the metaphor I'm trying to make.
So that's exactly what it is. Is there like, you know, I am not only choosing to, like, you know, be
my own belief that's different than yours. I'm also choosing to be an enemy of you.
Right, and to
that's
take a positional
yes.
stance on that rather than a mere status.
That's exactly what the
change.
Yes, that's 100%. That's exactly what the point I was making. I agree 100% with that. Because that's the idea. The concept of Satan is actually adversary. So like, if you're at odds with religion, then you might be Satan to them. Just saying, like, you are literally being the adversary.
And that's why in the Bible, like there's not just like one name for Satan, right?
Oh,
like,
right. Lucifer is considered a Satan.
There's lots of these different names for Satan that like that are representative of this ideology.
Yeah, because it keeps taking shape in different forms.
Gosh, bro, these mobs. I've been stun locked like 18 times right now. I am playing Path of Exile. I'm not Path of Exile. Screw Path of Exile. I'm playing Last Epoch.
Yeah, he gave up on Last Epoch, and now he's playing the better game, Path of Exile.
No. What?
The real man's game. The most manliest of games.
I could never get into Path of Exile. I've tried.
No, you can't say never.
Dude, I have 200 hours in the game.
So you're already in it.
No, like I have tried to get into the game as a like a knowledge of this is worth my time to get into sort of deal, right? Like yeah. I've genuinely put in effort to like get the game and enjoy the game, and like I kind of get the game now. Like I have a pretty solid understanding of most of the key concepts and whatnot, but like I don't know. I just don't enjoy it. It's just not fun to me, you know?
Right.
This game is fun. This game is actually really quite fun. The combat is actually like really good. The thing is, so like Diablo, right? Diablo, if you go into a zone that is, you know, if you're level 30 and you go into a zone that's like level 50, for example, like you were actually going to die no matter what. You just there's no option, right? In this game, if you went into a zone that's like 30 levels above you, you went into a level 60 zone at level 30, you can literally no-hit the zone. You can kill a boss that, like, that is 30 levels above you. Just
Arrivals
through...
in Thailand from countries hit by Marburg virus to be screened. This is 6 days ago. The disease CDC has instructed international disease control checkpoints at all ports of entry to screen all arrivals from country currently reported to be affected by Marburg virus disease as a precautionary measure. Oh, by the way, if we're talking about like, if you're familiar with the language of the birds, green language, Enochian, there's many forms of it, but they like numbers. They like numbers a lot, colors, things like that. Also, the names of places really matter. So, for example, I pointed out how there's a lot of different cities that happen to be going, that will be in view of this eclipse. Coincidentally, they all named 8 places Nineveh in path of something like this. Right? These people have secret knowledge, like forbidden knowledge, and so they use this to convey messages and to essentially tell people things without ever revealing anything to the public. And so I say that because Friday the 13th is one of those types of, is a symbolic number, and also Friday the 13th specifically.
Yeah, like all of those.
The first ever outbreak of MVD on February 13th in Equatorial Guinea, and that 200 people who are considered as being at high risk have been quarantined. He added that 2 cases plus 42 more likely cases have been reported in Cameroon, which borders Equatorial Guinea. In Thailand, he said that MVD is classified as one of the 13 dangerous infectious diseases. In accordance with the Infectious Disease Act, although the disease has not yet been detected in the country. Meanwhile, CDC Deputy Director General Dr. Sofan said that currently, Thailand has not yet imposed a travel ban to or from Equatorial Guinea or Cameroon, but screening of arrivals from these 2 African countries has been tightened up. They're saying after an incubation of 2 to 21 days, the onset of symptoms is rapid and is marked by fever, chills, headache, and myalgia, which I don't know what myalgia means. I'm gonna look that up. Around 5 days following the onset of symptoms, a that's a mouthful. Maculopapular rash. Which, by the way, I don't know if you know about Revelations. It talks about a sword. When the 7 trumpet seals. 7 trumpet plagues. Most prominent on the truck may occur. Nausea, vomiting, chest pain, a sore throat, abdominal pain, and diarrhea may occur. Symptoms become increasingly severe and can include jaundice, inflammation of the pancreas, severe weight loss, delirium, shock, liver failure, massive hemorrhaging, and multi-organ dysfunction.
I wouldn't mind the weight loss. I'm getting quite fat.
You can lose weight.
So how do I get this disease? Airborne, touch base.
Just go.
Bruh, that is, well, the reason I'm worried about this type of shit is that we're hosting an event, and we literally just had one of our sponsors talk about how he wants us to go to source markets to bring them to the event. And I'm thinking, I'm about to go to a place where I'm bringing people from all around the world to travel to one place, and the place where this Marburg virus shit is happening is in Southeast Asia, where he suggested we go and find on-site service providers. So I'm thinking to myself, like, am I about to just make a super spreader event? Like, is this about to happen? Like, am I I don't want to think about that. I don't want to fucking manifest that shit.
Man's about to
Oh, it gives me chills.
every continent, man.
Literally sends me chills. I don't want to even think about that as being a reality.
Man's about to commit fucking COVID over here. Spreading that shit everywhere.
No, this would be far scarier than COVID.
I know, but fucking COVID spreading that fucking shit like wildfire.
Hurry, I'm breaking. I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah.
Get to the
I think I'm gonna voice my my concern of not wanting to travel. I won't be able to. I won't be available.
Actually, kind of refreshing. Now,
Because it's one thing
where are we?
to not know. I mean, I'm gonna bring this up. I'm gonna bring this up.
Yeah, I'll only slow you down.
I have to bring this up because this is something that affects events, and if they're not aware of it,
Fucking make them aware.
yeah. Well, it's something that it just recently happened, right? So it's good to let a little time set. Because the thing about this virus is that, all right, so let's just follow the chain of events. Guy gets sick on a plane, explodes with blood. There are a few people who get sick. It's gonna take 2 to 3 weeks for them to even show symptoms. The incubation period will look like fever and mild chills, but it could be mildly asymptomatic with just like a sore throat and nausea. Next thing you know, they're exploding with blood, just like vomiting blood.
How wonderful. How I wouldn't love to spew blood out of my bowels.
In your eyes and nose.
Your eyes, nose. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised even out of your ears.
So you said
Because they said the only way you survive this shit is if you're on, if you're on dialysis and not dialysis, IV. Given hydration while you go through the symptoms. So, AKA, oh, you're still puking blood and if you survive, you're still puking blood out your nose and in your mouth and eyes and shit. You just happen to survive at the end of it. Because what you end up dying from is obviously blood loss, but mainly the first thing you die from is dehydration because you get
Whoa, what the crap?
Because you got diarrhea and you can't hold liquids. So if you're on IV, then you're at least satisfying that. But if you vomit too much blood out, you just die of blood loss. So that's a scary illness. I wouldn't want to have that. By the way, one of the symptoms is a rash, open sores. I don't know if you're familiar with the 7 trumpet plagues, but one of them is sores that appear on the body. I'm just telling people because I feel like I have an obligation to keep people aware and awake. And not necessarily to say that this is the only way that you can see it. I'm just saying, like, there are many different versions of staying awake and staying aware and being prepared. I'm just sharing my version. So I live in a highly populated city, and because of my work.
Asia, you said this is happening in.
Okay, so this is the weird. So if you want to talk about, I don't believe in coincidences. I think that when you see patterns with very okay, when you see 3 things that correlate to a pattern I think it should be, you should consider it as something beyond a coincidence. So that's why I had mentioned the three that I mentioned, which is that this was going from Bangkok, Thailand, which has, just so you know, biolabs, went to Germany. Let me tell you the exact place in Germany. That way I can send you the files and the exact biolab that is located at the arrival location that this man was going to. So give me a second if I can pull this up. That way you don't have to just take it from my mouth. You can see where I've gotten this resource. Give me a second.
Honestly, I just wanted to know where it was at.
It's I don't know because just give me a second.
That's really all I wanted to know.
I know, give me a second. Okay, so he was the Marburg virus is named after Marburg, which is a city in Germany, which lays in Frankfurt. Marburg means frontier fortress. Was first used in 1130 when the site belonged to okay, just talking about the word Marburg. But yeah, so the place in which this virus was named was after a city where the biolab is. Now, give me a second. I will show you his connection. Or Marburg, I'm butchering pronunciation.
These items might be your best bet. Interested in another try?
Okay, so this was going to Frankfurt, by the way. This is on their wiki. You can find this actually quite easily. Marburg virus was first described in 1967. It was discovered that year during a set of outbreaks of Marburg virus disease in the German cities of Marburg and Frankfurt, and the Yugoslav capital Belgrade. Laboratory workers were exposed to tissues of infected grevet monkeys, the African green monkey, Chlorocebus aethiopus, at the Beringer work, a major industrial plant in Marburg, which was then part of During the outbreaks, 31 people became infected and 7 of them died. So this was going to Frankfurt. Now let me pull up the biolab that is in Germany. This is just, okay, put it this way. When COVID first started, people were telling me, there's nothing to worry about, this and that. And I started sending them documents about Bat Lady and about the, what's the Wayback Machine. And I was showing them stuff on the Wayback Machine on the Wuhan website, and how there was changes that were being made. And I was also talking about how there has been whistleblowers talking about how this virus is about to essentially spread. And I was telling people about this. I was telling my friends, hey guys, we gotta be careful. There's a weapon. They're weaponizing this. Look at these Wuhan. And when I would talk to my friends that were in that had clearances, they were the only ones that weren't skeptical. They're like, yep, you're right. Yeah, it's like, it's like this. It's like they have a Wuhan, this and that. And what I'm trying to tell you right now is that there's places all around the world. That Wuhan isn't the only place. They're doing this shit even in our own backyard. Okay? And so stay awake. If there's any correlations of biolabs, if you can start to then look up the different resources around those labs, and you start to see connections between two locations that happen to have biolabs, or there's an outbreak where there's biolabs, or it wouldn't be too far-fetched to think maybe, just maybe, that we have another COVID-like situation. So we live in a very strange world today. And they keep talking about Disease X as they're trying to prepare us for it. So it's not a matter of if, in my opinion. It's a matter of when. It's a matter of when. And you can, maybe there are some people who can afford to be unprepared. Myself, there's a reason why I didn't get COVID literally until Omicron. I didn't get COVID all the way to Omicron, and I didn't get vaccinated. Why? Because I stayed informed, and I stayed prepared, and I never had to make last-minute decisions, like whether I have to get the vaccine or not. I was able to take I was able to stay informed for well before it was necessary to have to inform myself. On February 13th, the World Health Organization published the Marburg virus disease in their website. Interesting. Even though we've had this since 1967, and they've marked the geographical distribution of it already on the World Health Organization website, because they're watching it right now. And just so you know, the one thing I forgot to mention, they're spread through fruit bats. They can be spread through bats. So not just monkeys, they can also... That's why... Well, if you... here, I'll post this, which is interesting.
Doesn't that sound
okay, so I posted...
No, I've never heard of anything like that.
I posted a map that shows how the outbreaks... And look, there's one Marburg virus outbreak in the United States, in the center of the United States, which is strange. What the fuck? When was that? When was this published? (2023). Okay, so this is pretty recent. They're tracking. Okay, so the fact that they have this much data on it would indicate that they are aware of the potential. And if there is an intention to weaponize viruses, this is one of those potential viruses. That's all I'm saying. It's not necessarily the virus they may choose. This one is very dangerous. I suspect Ebola might have been like first attempts at trying to create some type of weaponized virus, and they realized Ebola was a little too deadly. So they probably made like the perfected weaponized virus will look Ebola-like. It will have an incubation period, and then it will just kill you. And then when it kills you, it'll essentially spread in ways that everyone in the immediate vicinity gets infected. So that's how I believe. Like if I'm the most evil person on Earth, this is how the virus would have to be efficient. It would have to have enough of a stealth component where it goes undetected for long enough to spread it without people even knowing. And then it kills you shortly after, and when it kills you, it has another potential to spread it. That's how you would make a weapon. And if you can quarantine the area for long enough, you know that after, let's say it does all this in 1 month time. I know that if I wait, let's say 3 months, I won't have to worry about that virus as long as I spray it with some type of disinfectant or whatever it may be, and then I can inhabit that land. Just saying, you'd have to think about all those things. You'd have, or itself, it will kill itself, and it can't be spread. It can only be spread to humans, and it will kill itself after a period of time. Because if it if it ends up like going into the soil and then mutating and becoming a plague that you can't get rid of, then you have an issue.
That would be an issue.
What would be an issue?
It becoming a plague. Unknowingly becoming a plague.
Well, I think that's what's going to happen as a byproduct of humans playing around with disease like that. It's going to happen. The thing is, we have to be lucky every single time we use that kind of weapon. That's how I look at it, because there's so many variables. There are so many different unpredictable or uncertainties that it's very hard to control that kind of technology, especially as we're starting to learn it. It's going to happen, more likely to happen as we're learning it than later down the line, actually. And we've done a good job. I mean, okay, if in 1967 they had biolabs and they were experimenting with the Marburg virus. It's way back as far as let's say 1970, just to give them 3 extra years. That means that we've been studying this stuff for over 50 years.
Yeah.
We've been studying it much longer than 50 years. Reality check. We've been studying this for a long time. Much longer than we realize. The concept of a vaccine where George Washington would literally inoculate his soldiers is this concept stemming way back, vaccines. They've only expanded on it from then. And the idea of weaponizing it isn't new either. I mean, isn't it when the settlers came to the Americas, they had given them blankets that got them sick? Okay, yeah, on accident. Oh, whoops! Just saying, the idea of weaponizing viruses probably isn't new. Probably had this knowledge for a lot, and it's just the language in which we convey this knowledge has changed. That's it. Not all the books in the Library of Alexandria were lost.
Lies. They were all lost.
Nope. They were not all lost. Some of them are in the Vatican today. People of old weren't stupid. They just didn't have the foundation that we have.
They were stupid. They were ignorant ignoramuses.
We're far more ignorant than they were.
That is so true. That's because we have the fucking internet nowadays.
Well, it's funny, we can have so much information but still be so naive. Like, because you have to mix that with like a form of practicality. Otherwise, that information is useless. They had more practicality than information, so that's why it was simpler. You blend the two, and now you're able to achieve incredible things. But in order to do that, you have to be spiritual enlightened. You have to have, like, there has to be an animus that propels the will and actions of wisdom and intelligence. Like, you can't just have wisdom and intelligence. It has to be guided through spirit, and that's the whole concept of religion. We don't have spirit. Our spirit is misguided and often coerced and coerced by anyone, and that's often Satan. The idea of Satan. Like, think about like people who worship Taylor Swift. It's crazy to me. Like, there are literally teenage girls who the first thing they do is go on Facebook, listen to some Taylor Swift, talk about how they can't wait to go to the Taylor Swift concert. That, oh my gosh, I can't believe that Taylor broke up with the blah, blah. That is their god in a lot of ways.
I've seen some people die.
I know, that's weird. Too much. So deep.
Which, if you ask me, is a bit much.
It's obsessive. That's again what happens when they aren't conscious of a god. God ends up revealing itself as the thing that they put their most attention and actions towards.
Well then, my god.
Yes. No, at least, I mean, you can still define, so yes, anything that has addiction is not something, it hurts God, so to speak. But you can still have addiction and still reference something higher than the game. But there are people who gaming is their god, yes. But if you have a reference to contrast yourself, that's the idea of sin. So yes, if you spend too much time on video games and it inhibits a spiritual progression, then yes, it is technically a sin. But since you are cognizant of a god, gaming isn't necessarily your god. It's just that you're worshiping gaming instead of God. That's the difference. Because you at least can contrast the two.
I was saying it more along the line of...
But yeah, I mean, no, but yeah, I take that serious, because I've also had quandaries about gaming myself. And even if you look at the esoteric meaning, let's take biblical away, go more like esoteric and occult. Words have deep symbolic meaning. When you think of like energy, Jesus, and G aim. G represents the inner God within us all.
Where'd you get fucking GA?
Because you have to take this so sometimes it can be through phonetics or wordplay, but sometimes it can be through structure. So for example, you take G and you separate it from AME, which is aim. So aiming, so my understanding of G, the esoteric is that's God within us. For me, I believe that's the Holy Ghost. The reason I tried to make it something separate than God is that the moment you put your ego into it, it becomes a mockery of what it represents. It's not necessarily something that's like, we have God within us, but that doesn't necessarily make us God all powerful, right? Like, both can be, one can be true without the other being also inclusively true. So energy, that inner spiritual, the Jesus, the spiritual in us all. G aim, aiming the spirit.
Yep.
So when you think about it, yes, gaming it can be a sin, but it doesn't necessarily have to be, because games can reveal truth. They can create moments of experience. They can create moments where people are brought together. So it's not necessarily all bad, but aim, it does aim the spirit. Because the Holy Ghost is that like, think of the God, the Father, and the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost is the God within us. But it's not one that takes ego. It's one that comes from consciousness, right? From the id, not the ego.
I just remembered what combination of thing I am. Pentecostal.
Oh, okay. I'm not familiar.
Basically, we believe in
Yes.
of God and speaking in tongues, interpretation.
I see. I'll be honest. Talking in tongues has always been something that's unfamiliar, and even uncomfortable for me. I don't know why, but for me, I've just never experienced. I guess it's because I haven't had many experiences with it. And the ones the few that I did have, were at a time in which I was like very young. But yeah, that's interesting. Do they do like because I know the one I went to had like a rock band. It wasn't Pentecostal, it was something. It might have been Pentecostal. They had a rock band, and it was actually my dad's business partner at the time, and his son was a Christian. He was in a Christian rock band for his church, and they were pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Like, low key, if it wasn't in a church setting, I would listen to it, because it didn't overtly feel like, you know, sometimes Christian rock can be like a little too much in your face. It was subtle, and I'm like, you could bring this around other people, and they wouldn't even know that it's talking about Christ and all. Like, it was cool. It was like kind of like POD. POD was like a Christian rock band. Yeah, but no one knew they were a Christian rock band until way later. One of those kind of situations. But yeah, they did a rock band in church, and then they did speaking in tongues. And I always grew up in a very like, you listen to organ, piano, and it's very like sing-songy, you know. So it's boring, aka it's usually really boring, and no usually. But it's.
I want to say this.
Yeah.
From what you explained,
Yeah.
we have a rock band.
Yes. Yeah.
So we have the whole gutso. We have an organ, we have a guitar, a bass, we have a fucking drums, we have a regular ass piano, we have a grand piano.
Well, I mean, I think that aspect of bringing people together to worship God is really the main gist of it. So I try, but I do have to say that speaking tongues has been very hard for me to like participate. But then again, I don't even participate in my own church hymns. So maybe there's something. It has more to do with me than anything else. Fair enough. Some call it serpent tongue, though. In esoteric.
Honestly, I just kind of speak gibberish in the Lord.
No, I feel you.
It is literally, from an outsider's perspective, I'm literally just speaking gibberish.
Right. I mean, and that can be fun. But I forgot the point I was making earlier is yeah, I think that I think the idea of people coming together to be better people is always good. You know? And I don't think it should be judged. Because the idea that people are trying to improve and learn more about God and spirituality, I think that that's something that we're lacking in America. And I think you're going to see a real shift. You're going to see a huge shift. Like the revival of religion will happen in almost a blink of an eye with this next generation. I certainly, my daughter will certainly be part of religion. I'm sorry, it's getting a little too crazy with Clown Wars today. At this point, I'm like, now I certainly see the wisdom. I didn't see it before because everyone was kind of just based and rational. Now that everyone's crazy and clownish, I'm like, I'm gonna go over here where they're not crazy and clownish. Like, at least there's groups and communities that all agree that men are men and women are women. Doesn't mean you have to hate them. Just, I don't want you to be teaching my kids this. That's all.
I'm gonna be real honest with you. I hate those people.
Hate? You should never have hate in your heart.
Not typical type of hate.
No, I have strong disdain.
Like, yes, like strong disdain towards them. Like, they make me feel uncomfortable to be around.
Oh, for sure. I mean, to me, the biggest part of it all is that they've taken they've taken the rainbow, which is a symbol of God's covenant, or God's promise to never flood the earth, to never flood his people. And they've taken that, again, getting back to the whole atheist Satanist idea, and they're using it as a mockery. Because not only do they use it to symbolize LGBTQ, one of the 7 deadly sins. I mean, I'm just saying, it literally, LGBTQ literally live prideful. They're very deviant. Very. I'm just saying it. They literally, but they lust certainly. I mean, I'm just saying they're taking this flag that represents and celebrates this pride. At the same time, they're saying, "Fuck you! I hate Christians. I hate Catholic. I hate religious. But I love Islam. By the way, I love Islam. I'm gonna. Yeah, they're always inclusive of everything other than Christian or Catholic. Well, actually, they might be more inclusive of Catholic now that there's priests diddling kids. They might actually be inclusive of them, but to be honest, now that I think about it, just Christians. Yeah, they might.
Map lovers.
There might be some LGBT in the Catholic Church, if I'm to be honest.
Minor rejected people.
Yeah, but these people are essentially also mocking you as they wave this flag that represents them, but while also denying that this is a symbol that they stole from their Christian foundation, because that's what America is. It has a Christian foundation. So the idea that we're not allowed to have any thoughts or contrary, I think it's just so sad, because it's a privileged idea, and that privileged idea controls thought today, and that's what being marked by the beast really represents. In my opinion, you'll be marked by your thoughts and your actions. What better representation than the flag that by the way, if you notice, the flag actually isn't a rainbow. It's a mockery of the rainbow. It's missing a color. And if you look at like Freemasonry, the 7 deadly sins are also represented as a rainbow. And what's interesting about that is it's the inverse of the Hindu chakras. So for example, the same thing that dictates the corruption of the mind is also what heals the root chakra. It's really interesting how that works. It's almost like a completion. It's a mockery, but it's also a completion of this concept. As above, so below. Yeah. That's my real disdain about the flag. That flag is literally one of the marks. I'm just saying. There are many marks. It's not just one. It's again, it'll exist in a physical way because the spiritual aspect exists. Because the spiritual aspect, the soil for this is set to grow, it'll represent itself in literal forms like Apple Vision Pro, Neuralink, biometrics, RFID, health passports. It lays the foundation for those systems to become more concrete. But people are waiting for it to just already happen. And that's the issue. By the time you see it actually happen, it's too late. You have to see the spiritual aspect, the symbolic aspect first, and then you see, oh, that's how it's taking shape.
All I know is I just got back from taking a whiz, and all I heard was taking shape.
Oh, I don't know if I shared with you what I believe the mark of the beast is.
Bright black and
No.
so on and so forth.
No, those are only symbolic of the mark of the beast. But the mark of the the hand is representative of your actions in life. There are also paths that you can take. For example, in my life I started in the right-hand path, one that was rigid, structured. Religion, for example. Government, military, any type of program that has a rigid structure usually is the right-hand path. And by following the rules, you can achieve your goals. Then there's left-handed path, and that happened when I left church, and it's more like occult, esoteric, magic, nature. It's a more intuitive way to understand and navigate your goals. But they say in the end of days that you'll be marked by your right hand, and by the by your forehead. Well, the right hand, as I said, symbolizes this rigid structure. Look how they coerced and forced you to take the vaccine. Look how they coerced and forced you to accept ideas that you don't even think are true. Look how they coerced and forced you to stand in line. Well, I know, but you saw how society was trying to force these things, and but if you didn't submit, then you were essentially marked as a traitor. Because I had a friend who, if they didn't put the Black Lives Matter banner, the black picture, he was going to get repercussions for work. So like a lot of people were forced and coerced to think and act for the beast system. And so when people are thinking that, oh, there's going to be a literal, it's going to be like a microchip and all, it can take form as those things, but the mark of the beast takes many shapes and forms because it's symbolic of being forced, coerced, Satan's path to truth, essentially.
Or basically just being submissive in that
Yes.
situation.
Yes. And that's why it's not truth, because you don't have to submit to the truth. The truth is in itself so valuable that you would want to just be in truth. You don't have to, you know what I mean? Like you don't have to force truth. You don't have to, like, truth reveals that's Christ's path. You understand truth, so that's why you live truth. So in the end of days, they talk about the forehead represents the mind, the pineal gland, the third eye, the seat of the soul, spirit, in a lot of ways. And when you think about in the end of days, you'll be marked by your thoughts, by your actions, by your mind, and by your hand. That has to take a spiritual foundation before the literal representation takes form. The literal representation will look like biometric apps that if you scan your hand, it's linked to credit cards that then there's cash registers that will accept it. It'll look like Apple Vision Pro, where you are so distracted with the digital world that you don't see the things and connections in front of you. It'll look like Neuralink, where you're now able to just be better at information. In fact, you're smarter just by getting it than the average person, but now you're subject and dependent on this thing, and you don't have your own free will or liberty. It's almost like giving a piece of your soul away. Those are the marks of the beast, and the only way that you can even consider getting a Neuralink or consider getting an RFID chip or is there needs to be some form of system in place that allows it to fruit. And you're seeing it right now. You're seeing that system forming, that foundation forming right now, and people are just waiting for the microchip. They're waiting for the Neuralink, but what they don't realize is that you guys are in beta testing. We're all in beta testing right now. This process doesn't happen overnight because we won't accept it overnight. It's going to be a slow and gradual process. That's the only way that we'll accept it. And in that process, we have to control your thoughts and your actions along the way.
Well, at least it'll be a slow and gradual process to get us to a point where people would be willing to accept it overnight.
Yes, right, exactly. Thank you. That's actually a better way to put it. That's a good way to put it. And that's what I'm suggesting is happening right now. So that's why I believe we are in end days. Although I will completely deny it if you say this is in complete confidence with you guys, because I know that you guys are Christian. I only share this because I don't think that we necessarily need to worry about when. We need to worry about doing the spiritual work. Because if you don't do the spiritual work, it won't matter. Like, so the spiritual work will essentially prepare you for, if it happens overnight, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, you've been prepared already. So what I'm saying though is when it happens overnight, you can't do the spirit work. It'll be too late. Do the spirit work now. And I'm not even telling you how to do the spirit work. You know what I mean when I say do the spirit work. It's unique and personal to each of us, but do the spirit work. It's important. Because even okay, let's say even if this is with the end in mind. Even if there is no end, the fruits of what I'm telling you are still true and relevant, and will still give you blessings in life, even if it's not the end of days. But if it is, it's nice to be prepared, because you can't afford to not be prepared. There's a fear of missing out if you're not prepared, right?
Yeah, but I think that that's always the case, because what's the difference
that's always
between
the case.
What is the difference between that and like, you know, going to work and like dying on your way to work because of a car wreck? Like, there isn't a difference. It's the same thing.
Yeah, spirit work. Well, I mean, even at work, there's always moments to do spirit work. Always moments. Like, I missed church yesterday, so I decided to just do Bible study and listen to some talks, because I think it's important. And much like the story of Nineveh, we're the Ninevites, just so you know. That's the whole concept. If God were to give you any signs, how would you repent? Because you don't even truly know, living in a society that has such lies, what is true or right, how can we seek the truth? You know, and that path and that intention is actually where it starts. Because that will also protect you from the days to come. Whether it's the end of days or not, there are turbulent times ahead. That's what I do know for a fact. So whether there is an outcome of a second coming of Christ, right? Let's say that there is no, that this outcome is just fairy tale and that the atheists were right. Okay. Doesn't matter, because there is such great tragedy ahead that it's better to have the spirit work as a shield and a way to protect you during these times than if you didn't. You know what I mean? Like, there are unique benefits to cultivating spirituality that In fact, that's where I think magic and miracle comes from. It comes from the spiritual aspect. And magic is, think of mag. Ik. Ik is a form of doing. And it's essentially saying that you are gravitating, you have magnetic force towards a thing you're doing. So attract the things in your life, set intentions on what you want your reality to look like, and use those forces to gravitate towards that outcome. And be aware, always try to be your highest self, because I'm telling you right now, the social cohesion in your area may not be the best, so it's good to have friends and family that are socially cohesive. Connect with them. Like, I see the States, like, I'm kind of glad I'm not in the States, I'm not gonna lie. This next election should be very interesting. And there's going to be strange things happening while we are all focused on ourselves and isolating it from the world. There's going to be other things that are happening, coinciding with all that. Yeah. Sorry to get deep with you guys. If you guys aren't ready for that, that might have been a little. Just been pondering these things.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've just been having time. Still listening though. Blanking out and playing. Got it.
Alright. G-aim. I got it. Honestly, I think you might find it interesting. Got the language of the birds, or green language. It's really more the concept of symbology within language, and how that symbology is often conveyed.
Right.
That's the real concept, because once you understand, it doesn't matter which specific language you learn, the concept is more important because they often will overlap one another. If that makes sense. Yeah, there's a reason why even to this day, the Torah and the Kabbalah often use like cryptic ways to decipher the Torah by using like a combination of like spaces of letterings, things like that. This is where it starts. Way back when they were trying to start to segment the information from the common people. This is the Pharisee, essentially. Or a Philistine, sorry. This is a Pharisee, though. The Pharisee class. That's been happening all throughout history.
Not happening.
Good to know.
Ah, yes.
Not happening.
Adam, do you read?
Give me a second.
Greetings.
Okay, I'm back. I'm swapping my headset battery. Yeah, it's partly why I haven't really been gaming as much. Like, I don't... What?
What is?
Part of the reason I haven't been gaming as much is I feel like I'm probably not living my best life if I'm gaming as much as I had.
Yeah.
So I've been gaming less. So I don't mind playing TFT because there's no real time investment other than the now.
That's honestly, so my biggest issue with a lot of games isn't really the time investment so much as the unavailability or the lack of flexibility with things. Like, when I'm playing Dungeonborn, for example, like, if I need to leave on a dime, or if I, like, you know, have other things that are, you know, more important that come up in life, it's like...
That sucks. Yeah. It demands your attention. There are some games that aim your focus better, more than others, yes.
Easy. Too easy.
Tarkov is a perfect example of that. Like, if you want to stay relevant in that game, you have to dedicate a considerable amount of your aim, no pun intended, in order to do well.
Yeah. I mean, I really like this game right here because, like, there's no, like, required time commitment, but it still allows me to be competitive, like, when I want to.
True.
Before your headset died, I was asking, do you read?
Of course. Well,
Yeah,
how do you
like,
think I know all this stuff? I watch videos, but I have to do, a lot of it is reading. A lot of the stuff you can't learn from videos. You have to read.
Yeah, or, I mean, yes. It also, like...
If you're studying
your
words,
sources
it's foolish to not
your sources are also, like, it's hard to find, because the thing is, like, anyone that, like, watching videos, right, all that you're getting is you're getting a second-hand...
Yes, right, exactly. That's why I use them kind of like a trailer. If I find that what that guy is talking about interesting, that will prompt me to do my own research. Because that's how I often treat, like, documentaries, podcasts, all work when listen to stuff. When I find things interesting, I'll write them down and then I'll look it up.
So I wouldn't... What I would say is, like,
because I can't take
there
someone's,
is some, there are some things, like, I would say that in some sense, like, a seminar or someone giving, like, a teaching on something, right, or a talk on something, depending on the format and the way that it's presented, could be equally or more beneficial than reading.
I think reading will always add to your understanding. Always.
It will. But sometimes there's also the lack of let's say perspective with reading, right? So, like, let's say
that yes, that's partly why I don't completely dismiss the idea of getting my information from podcasts, videos, documentaries, because oftentimes they may see it from a perspective I didn't consider, and so then I will do my own research to understanding if what they were saying is true, which then gives them a little more or less credence depending on what I find.
Right.
But I always think it's important to always do your own research. You can't just take someone's word for it. You have to then take whatever it is that you found interesting or that you want to reuse as fact and do your own research. Otherwise, that's why sometimes I'll say, oh, this is where I got the resource or where I got the reference, because then at least it's not coming as an order of fact. It's coming as an exchange of information that was sourced from XYZ. You know? That's why when I post in here, I know most people don't have the attention span to fucking read, bro. So I'm posting videos. But trust me, I have a lot of books and articles I'd love to share on here. I mean, alright, look at this, the UN Summit. Do you think anyone wants to read about the UN Summit? No, but if I post a really controversial video about it, I'm sure people might be inspired to then look up more. That's how I look at it. Luckily, these articles are shocking enough that people will probably read them, and they're short. But like, bro, if I were to give you like, did you ever read the Kabbalion?
No, I looked it up.
Okay, well, if you read the Kabbalion, you'll realize that I would love to share this with people who are ready to hear it. No one will take the time to read if they don't read. You know, like, but if I played a video for you that talked about the 7 Hermetic principles, and it did it in 7 minutes instead of, 3 hours like it should take you.
I think that's probably the main for me, like, incentive or not for reading something is like,
you will find
it's the return on investment of time, right? So if I can get the most important information out of a talk,
what videos are good for,
right? That
the thing is, the way it's worded is so important that if I were to give you the synopsis, you would lose the meaning that is hidden in between.
Right. But if the author was to give the synopsis, right?
That's what they did in that book.
Right. Right.
That is exactly what the author has done for you.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying though. Is suppose that you're listening to, a talk from the author, right?
Yeah, it's different.
Right, because they can give you the original perspective.
Yes.
That's why that's why I say that it's not necessarily I don't necessarily discredit
No, me neither. That's why I'm not afraid to say that I get my resources from audio and visual means. But I always try to back it up with reading, doing my own research. And I also look at because here's the thing, even if I don't consider these sources 100% credible, I need to take into consideration the perception of the credibility of the places that I'm posting. Right? Does that make sense? So, for example, I may not believe the New York Times is giving authentic accounts of the news and that they're being transparent or that they have good journalists. But the perception of the New York Times is that it's considered mainstream, so if they're talking about it, you should be aware of it. Right?
Right.
That's why I chose the Bangkok Post instead of where I originally found this. Because where I originally found this, people might consider, oh, well, it's not 100% credible. They weren't, this. But if then you reflect that with other sources, and you're like, oh, well, interesting. They weren't lying about this stuff. This is all here. Let me post it from the site in which it is credible, and then boom, you still get the same outcome. The information still gets.
Well, and that's why I don't mind listening to podcasts and that sort of thing. But at the same time, a lot of times people are like, "Oh, did you hear what this person had to say about this?" Or what do you think about this? And it's I generally don't give a whole lot of attention to that because usually that's just someone's biased opinion or perspective on that, and that's not
there will always. Okay.
That's not helpful
I'm
for me
okay with
drawing my own
biased
conclusions.
opinions. Here's the thing about biased opinion. I'm okay with biased opinions. With this one,
of course.
but with this one caveat. If you are not demonstrating or aware or communicating your bias, that's where I take an issue, because then that information can be tainted in ways that the person receiving it is not aware of. And I'm very clear to share my biases anytime I share a biased opinion. I even pay note that I'm biased. Like even when you were saying like, why do you care? Because I'm selfish. I want to see the betterment of the future that my child's gonna live in. I'm biased. I'm sharing my bias. I'm not lying to you when I say that I have a biased opinion. Right? The issue though I have is if I'm telling you this and I'm saying this because I'm just such a good person, dude. I'm just the best person and I just want to see the world be perfect, and no. I'm biased. I'm not trying to paint it any other way. I'm okay with biased opinions as long as they are upfront and forward about their bias.
I think it's just a lot of times it can be really easy for people to hear what someone's perspective is on something and assume that they're drawing on an accurate perspective.
Sure.
I think there's like,
especially nowadays, where there's a flood of information, and who's to say that one is correct over the other? I mean, there's people who will share with you articles. If you tell them, hey, you should reconsider vaccines, they'll show you articles and say, look, you're not following the science. Look at these studies. You're only looking at the studies that you want to look at. Look at the studies that show otherwise, right? Like, and these people certainly have an opinion. And and if you listen to them, well then maybe you get the vaccine. That's fine. You're right. You got to be careful who. I mean, I'm sure many people also saw the same thing about Fauci.
Right.
You got to be very careful who. Okay. So that point illustrates the issue that's happening in the States, actually, because we have people who are unelected that are arbiters for the things of truth, whether it be military truth, societal truth, scientific truth, and these people are willing to lie to your face and mix truth with lies so that it sounds believable. So you're right, you should always be, and that's why even with the things I say, you need to always be doing your own research. That's why when you said, yes, you can listen to videos, but you should always be doing your own research as well. Like, I never take anything at face value, even the things that I digest.
Well, not intentionally anyway.
Well, okay, sorry, I shouldn't say never. My intention isn't to ever,
You never.
No, I don't like to use the word never, so you're right.
It's just a joke.
No, but it's true. I have the capacity for this, so I'm saying my intention isn't that. Like we are all capable of it. That's why
Right,
never
of course,
is not a good
of
word
course.
for it. But my intention.
I actually have an issue with the word never.
Yes. No, I do. I think the word never can only exist if you're talking about absolutes.
You'll go. I'll hopefully. I will see you soon.
So, perfection is never imperfect. It is correct.
Yeah, these are all.
Although that can lead to its own philosophical dissonance. Some may argue the imperfection is what makes it perfect, because in an imperfect world, that's why, again, the smarter you are, the easier it is to tell lies. So we need to be conscious of it even for ourselves. So yeah, with that said, always take what even I share with a grain of salt. Always do your own research, and try to always be placing content and resources that allow you to come to the same conclusions. That way I don't have to necessarily be the only one the only source that the information's being received.
Right, and I mean, I do, and actually a lot of times that's, like if I ever, like, am not responding and it doesn't seem like I'm engaged, it's not that I'm actually not engaged, it's just that, like,
You may not be knowledgeable.
well, not even that, it's just that I don't, necessarily feel that, like, so part of it is like, give a perfect example, like, in your discussion, basically in what we were just talking about with, Michael here, like, the assumptions that you made based on your own beliefs,
yes,
were extremely apparent. In so much that a lot of stuff that you said, like, I would argue with fundamentally, but there's not really any point in arguing fundamentally because your perspective is, like, we'll say your worldview, the worldview that you're basing it off of, is so, like, familiar with it.
Right.
And so, even though, like, I might disagree with the points, right?
Yes.
I don't necessarily have an effective way to communicate those or understand why you're. See, I don't like disagreeing with points just for the sake of disagreeing with points, right?
Well, that's controversial take from Scout.
It's true though. It really is true. It's just I also don't do a great job of communicating sometimes about why it matters. Because usually if I you know am hard nosed about something.
So instead of it looking at it as like I'm trying to fight this idea because I have a difference, I think that should be an opportunity to have a discussion around defining what it is that you have that is fundamentally different. Because for me, I find differing opinions allow for opportunities for truth and understanding and perspective to be revealed.
Right.
So it's,
right. But what I was going to say.
Oh no, I'm getting a work call.
Okay.
I don't mean to.
No, you're good. You're good.
I would also like to listen to this conversation, but I'm also getting extremely tired. I've been up all night.
I mean, to me that sounds like a personal issue.
It is a personal issue, and one that I'll take to heart and go to bed. And with that, I hate my
Dude, I don't even know when I got into Act 6. What the crap?
Not happening. What do you want?
Yes?
Hmm.
Hey, I don't have much time, but they hung up.
They hung up on you, huh?
Well, no, they didn't hang up. It's just they had
Did you say to piss them off?
I know. So I know part of the issue of sharing like occult or esoteric symbology within the Bible is that it can be considered a blasphemy or mockery, because oftentimes those same tools were used to create mockeries and blasphemies of sacred texts and even language and
Are you talking about for me?
Yeah.
No, that's not.
But I also find it, I look at it the same akin to like disinfecting darkness with light.
No, so I mean the only thing that I would here's the only thing that I'll say about regarding that specifically. Suppose that you have counterfeit money, right?
Sure.
And you're trying to identify counterfeit money versus real money, right?
That's exactly, yes.
You don't actually identify counterfeit money by studying counterfeit money.
You study counterfeit money by studying the dollar.
Right.
Yes.
So,
that's true.
But that's the only like.
But I would also argue. But I would also.
I'm not saying that you don't not look at counterfeit money, right? That's
what I'm not
saying that at all.
The only way that you can is if you contrast it.
But no, I don't have an issue with looking at that sort of thing. I do think that studying counterfeit money, right, results in you. If you were to only study counterfeit money, or you were to study counterfeit money, so much so that you became desensitized to certain aspects of counterfeit money, right?
True.
Then it's obviously an issue. Same thing with ideologies, right? Anytime that you steep yourself into an ideology, right, you're going to have cognitive bias toward that ideology, whether implicit or explicit.
That's true. But I would also argue, though, in order to be able to capture counterfeit money, or to catch it, so to speak, is you would have to have an ability to contrast the two.
Well, and the other thing is that and this
that's why my conclusion
this may be where.
Because here's the thing: what happens when with the analogy you mentioned, that would be as if I had only taken the left-hand path. So if I only went the left-hand path and I'm trying to compare it to a religion, which would be a right-hand path, it would be very difficult to contrast the two, because what I would know how to do would be to create counterfeit, right? That's the idea.
Well, and so that's what I was about to say.
Since I have the contrast, my conclusion is that the left-hand path is dangerous, and that by understanding and comparing or contrasting it to truth, it actually gave me a deeper understanding of truth and why there's so much mockery and blasphemy even within esoteric and occult symbology. Like what they are trying to reveal is something that is actually simple and fundamental, and that's why it can be taught through the right-hand path.
Right. Well, that's exactly why.
Yes.
Like counterfeit can oftentimes look like the real thing, right? Like that's the point of counterfeit, right? Sure. And so like you need to know what the real thing is compared to the counterfeit. You need to know the real thing better than whatever it is that the counterfeit that's implemented.
Correct.
That exists. That said, right?
A majority of my life has been living as a Christian.
I make all of this on the assumption, if you will,
sure.
that I know what is the real dollar.
True.
Right, and that's something that I wouldn't particularly use this to persuade someone.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'd be hesitant to say, like, for example, I personally don't necessarily agree with all the practices of Pentecostal, that doesn't necessarily make it so that I think it's inherently bad.
Okay, and so actually, this is something that I have.
So that's why when I say like the real dollar, like it can still have worth. It doesn't have to be the real dollar to have worth.
Well, okay, and so what I was going to say actually is that in contrast with maybe with LDS, right? I don't really know LDS very well.
I know
because,
that's partly
because
why
it's not something that I have. That I
knew a
have.
lot of, so it wasn't esoteric. I had eliminated that, but I knew the LDS was certainly a talking point. That's fine. I'm used to it. It's fine. That's why I prefer to confront it and talk about it, because I'm used to the ridicule, persecution, whatever you call it. I've always had it growing up. Growing up,
No, what I was gonna say is I'm familiar with Pentecostal, because I've had
like an esoteric and occult teachings.
I've had discussions with people, who are Pentecostal or who have that sort of perspective, right? And so I've found it necessary to go and examine that in a more, because here's the thing, is I think that it is important for the ability to be an effective persuader that you understand your audience, right?
Well, this is why I study occult and esoteric, not necessarily because I believe them, but because I believe they seed from a universal truth that may have been perverted, corrupted, or even refined to represent more concrete forms of these concepts.
Well, and so the other thing about it, right, is that sometimes if we believe something or have a worldview, right, we are not necessarily the best at articulating our worldview.
Certainly.
Right.
Oh well, yeah. So I wanted to say just real quick, because there was a point that I was making to why I study the cult.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because there's a lot of things that I didn't really understand, even about other religions, cultures, and myths and legends. And by understanding those symbols relevant to their culture, it allowed me a deeper understanding. One of the things that I think I have an issue, and I wasn't very vocal about it, is the esoteric understanding of, or the cult understanding of like Enochian, or the angel's tongue, and speaking in tongues, which some would refer to that as snake tongue.
Want to try your luck?
Is that they are deeply symbolic, and they represent almost this. I'm trying to say it in a way that doesn't have bias, because I do have a bias towards speaking in tongues. It unlocks a more animalistic aspect of humans, which I think is closer aligned to a lower vibration than something where it's deeply symbolic, structured, and rich with meaning.
Right.
So for me, it's almost a way to mock this angel tongue, which when you understand like the language that angels,
so I think that's
like in esoteric schools and occult schools, angel speak is a language that's deeply symbolic and layered with spirituality and meaning. So anything that strips that symbolic or a spiritual aspect of language, I think is actually satanic.
Well, and so that's exactly, just off on that tangent for a moment, right? The thing that makes it so off-putting is that essentially what the Pentecostal church as a whole has done is they have religified or made it a sort of practice of basically what they do is they try to create
spirituality.
They try to create this thing that shouldn't be created, right? This thing that is, that is supposed to be like powerful and meaningful, and what they've done is they basically have made a counterfeit of it, if you will.
The first seal is the white horse, and he will be very charismatic and deceive the people and the religions and the spiritual aspects of the people. So,
Take care.
in my opinion, you see that through the Catholic Church. You see that through certain
It's
sects
very,
of
very,
Islam.
very prominent. I mean, I would say that the Catholic Church, I would say that the Catholic Church is the most obvious.
But the white horse
to
isn't
me.
necessarily just one thing. It's many. It's a deceiver of many religions, like even Christianity, even Catholicism, even Hinduism, even Islam, even Judaism. That's this has already happened. The great deceiver are corrupt men who take the word of the law to their advantage instead and using it against the spirit of the law. It's the Pharisee. This is the essence, the archetype of this type of person. So that's why my belief is we already went past the first seal. It happened early on in our lifetimes, actually. These seals also bleed into each other, so they overlap, and sometimes you don't know where one ends and the other begins. They all melt into each other, because it allows for the transition, the natural transition of the next seal. The next second seal happened in our lifetime too. This was the red horse. It represented war, and there would be rumors of war, and kingdoms would be against kingdoms and nations against nations. Look what happened when we went into Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran. There's rumors of war. There's nations against nations. Now we're at odds with Russia and China. Then you talk about famine. Bro, that shit happened right before our eyes. In fact, something you may not be privy to, because the line of work that I do, but one of our clients, he's a newsletter for farmers, and these farmers will pay him upwards of 1,000, if not more, a month to give them data and research on when to buy and sell their grain, their corn, when to plant, milk, gas, things like this, commodities. And one of the things he thought was very strange is that during COVID, the government were paying farmers to destroy their crops. And they were getting paid more than they would if they did all the work themselves and planted and grew the seeds. And he said that it wasn't just one farmer, it was dozens and dozens of them that would come to him about it. Alright, let's not talk about the locusts that literally swarmed over Africa and caused famines back in COVID. I don't know if people even were aware of that. But famines are happening all around the world, especially as the disruption of wheat has begun since the Ukraine war. Because that's literally one of the largest wheat producers. Here in France, even, we felt it because we couldn't get certain things like mustard or pasta, because we use the Ukrainian flour to make local pasta here. Then there's pestilence. Pestilence is also closely associated with plague. Pestilence and plague. I mean, let's not talk about COVID and then the vaccines. The next is martyrdom and great tribulation. Just look at how difficult, like, even for myself, bro, I couldn't go out to restaurants, theaters, I couldn't travel. I could barely even buy my own food. I had to have it delivered to me. And the only way I could go out is if I had a passport that said that I was vaccinated or that I was, that I had a COVID test. And that right now is, I think, we're currently in the seal, because when I see things like the French government saying that you will be imprisoned or fined 45,000 if you speak out against mRNA technology, that's the beast system being put in place. And when you're talking about Great Tribulation martyrdom, it's only begun. It's actually only going to get more difficult. And we should be seeing some heavenly signs soon. We're actually, in my opinion, I think we're entering the 6th seal pretty soon. That's why when I made that bet, I think we're probably gonna see it in our lifetime. Solar flare. I don't know if you knew that. Did you have a blackout on your phone on Friday?
No.
Okay, I had a lot of friends and family that had their cell providers out, but you know what was also out? Websites like Reddit, X was affected. There were some servers, some Amazon servers that were affected, and it coincided with a solar. It's called a solar ejection, solar flare, kind of like a solar flare. That happened on Friday. Just saying. You can, if you can afford to not be prepared for difficulties, then that's fine. That maybe you're more prepared than I am.
Well, I think that like I mean that's part of like fundamentally like I don't necessarily have a sort of like you to maybe make this simpler than it actually is. Like according to at least what I gather, you have a perspective of, we'll say, expectations.
No. I'm simply
that,
just following.
No. Expectations of, like that you're supposed to adhere to.
As a Christian.
Right.
Yes. In the end of times, there will be people that will be sharing, will be sharing about the end of times. I'm just saying, like that. I only say this because I feel that we've created a relationship on the internet over the amount of time we've played that I would feel it would be on my conscience if I didn't at least mention it. And you don't have to take it.
No,
but at least it's off my conscience. That's all.
Right. No. So, like fundamentally, right? Like my core beliefs as a Christian are not. There's this We'll say there's a divide in the church as a whole. This has been the case for a while. About faith-based.
Oh, in your church or
no, just as the Christian church as a whole, right?
Oh, okay.
The different sects of Christianity, if you will.
Okay.
Which is particularly actually the I mean, this was initially the case with the Catholic Church versus the Protestant Church.
Sure.
Right? If we're really gonna take it to its core, right? And that is salvation by faith with works or not with works. Right, and not necessarily that, like, as a statement, those disagree with each other, but more so as a how, what is actually expected of Christians in order to have salvation, right? And
it's our thoughts and our actions.
And
that's why I believe we are marked by Christ by our thoughts and our actions, but you're marked by the beast by your thoughts and your actions. It's all the same. It's the same concept. And at the end of the day, you Christians will be marked by Christ. And you'll see that a lot of Christians are going to start to be far more vocal over times. And there's a reason for that. End of days also represents moral decay, right? So if there's if what they're trying to communicate is, listen, at the end of civilizations, there comes moral decay, and you will need to have righteous people who will fight against that corruption, then that's true of many nations. And the end of times seems very relevant to the Americas. That's all I'm saying. The United States seems like it's losing its footing on the stage. So that would allude to an end of the way that America has been navigating for the past hundreds of years. And I'm suggesting that Americans should be prepared. Hey, the plague happened also. So hey, you're right. Maybe this is just all these are coincidences. That's fine. Even if they are just coincidences, that's
well. I mean, to me, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's. It fundamentally doesn't matter because it doesn't actually change the way that I live my life.
Well, for me, myself, I personally look at it as a wake-up call because I should be thinking with the end in mind.
Well, okay, right, and I do agree with that, right?
And the end in mind is internal. It's not necessarily like an imminent threat that's now. The end is the outcome.
But that is fundamentally how I live my life.
Well, we could all improve. No criticism or judgment. I say that only from my own reflection.
Right, but I wouldn't be living my life differently if I knew that I was going to die tomorrow.
I think I would.
Like there are some things that I would do today, right?
I'll tell you why. I should be donating my time doing charity work. I should be doing my time creating stability for my family. I should be taking my time where I integrate and connect with community. But gaming is only good if it can achieve those things. And if it doesn't, then I can improve.
Yes, I agree with that. 100%.
And you obviously
95% actually.
You know that I mean well because I don't necessarily dictate the people I play with based off of an outcome expectation of how they perform or what they identify with. I value the people I play with based off of the company, and I think that's closer to Christ. The idea that you're not expecting people. We're all in this together, and really, it's about growing, sharing memories, and evolving. Like, I don't necessarily want to have to feel like I have resentment towards someone because they're not meeting my expectation. Because my expectation is pretty simple. My expectation is pretty simple. That's why I don't know if you saw, but I took Sparky off the FC. Because I've had this conflict with him in the past where he'll just leave without saying anything, and he'll do it to go play the same game with someone else. And it's like, bro, like, why are you even in here? Just go fucking play with them. Why are you even wasting my time? And then you don't even have the courtesy to say bye. You know, like, I just want the people that I hang out with have courtesy towards one another. That's just a baseline. And if you can't even do that, like I enjoy his company, but if he's not, this is how I conveyed it to him. What it makes it appear as, whether it's your intention or not, that my time isn't valued and that you don't value my time. So because of that, I want to place my time and efforts where it is valued. And to be honest, I don't appreciate it. And I've told him this in so many ways. It's not the first time I told him. This is like 3 times that I've told him. So he's still a member. I don't know if you noticed, but that's why he's not in here as much.
I don't know. I don't ever see him.
I know. I still talk to him. I still go to share similar discords. I have no ill will towards him. I just, if he wants to come correct, he needs to come correct. He talks in the Discord. Speaking of Sparky, bro, it's like I just fucking manifested. But what I'm saying is, that's so funny. See, he still obviously values the community, but I feel like there's this disconnect valuing the company you're with versus having an expectation. Because I'm telling you right now,
Well,
Sparky was not nearly as good as I was.
There's a difference between valuing and appreciating, right?
That's yes.
And
well,
and there is a need to appreciate
sure
something that you're getting value out of, in order for like
I said, we obviously want two different things.
Like let's talk about this in terms of like relationships, right? Like
Sure.
someone can value a relationship, right? But if they're not able to express through their actions an appreciation for that relationship, then it's a waste of time
But
and
it's a
energy
simple
on
thing
the
that
part
I'm
of the
asking
person that is.
But here's the thing, I'm giving a clear expectation of what that symbolically is, how that symbolically is representative. It's literally saying hello and goodbye. If you say hello and goodbye, I have no issue. And if it is that you want to go play with someone else, fucking say it. Just say it, that's fine. But you know what? I'll be honest. The reason why Sparky didn't have a good time playing Dungeonborn is because he wasn't. First off, he wasn't good at Dungeonborn compared to D&D, so obviously there's a bias there. And the people he was playing with were probably not nearly as good. That's his own fault. I mean, that's fine. Me, on the other hand, I had a great time. I was top 10 cryo, and I didn't lose my set. And every single time I went into a raid, I dominated everyone.
I mean, I lost my set, but that was because I fucking I threw it to a bis DK as soon as they released the DK. Like doing a rage in solos on a pyro, which
I wouldn't have done that.
Which was just dumb.
Yeah, so that's the gist of it. But yeah,
anyway,
I don't know.
I would say that fundamentally the way that you like communicate about like the about how you would respond to these situations, right? Like, I guess you don't let's say what you expect of yourself in terms of like the type of response is radically different than the type of response that I expect from myself or from people who share my beliefs.
You talking about hello and goodbye?
No. I was cutting back to the
Oh, okay. Could you then repeat it? Because I was understanding it through a different context.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's not your fault.
No, I was talking about it with respect to like you were talking about like end times and that sort of thing.
Say it with the context.
Right, is the expectation, the like the reaction, if you will, to this sort of information, the call to action that you expect of yourself based on your beliefs is radically different than the expectation or reaction that I would expect of someone who shares my beliefs or has the same like core understanding of.
And that's partly because I'm LDS.
Right. Well, and that's the other thing is and it's hard for me to respond to it because here's the thing is I don't know what motivates you to. It's one thing to say, oh, this is how he's like understand like this is how he expects someone to act, right, or expects himself to react, right. But the why, right? The motivation for that, I have no idea.
The motivation for what? So the motivation to do what?
Okay, let's make this simple.
Because I'm just trying to structure this in order of like priority. So,
In
So-
in the vast majority of religions, there's an expectation to do good.
Yes.
Whatever that is quantified as within the specified religion.
Yes.
May vary, right? The why you do good, right, is different between religions.
Yes, I was taught that service of others is purpose, and so when I was in communities where that was reciprocated, that's how I functioned, and so that's why you'll see that like a lot of my language of love is service, because for me that is the ultimate purpose in life,
right?
Like the service of others. But it doesn't work if you're in a society that doesn't serve you. So if that's the case, then you would have to rely on yourself, which then makes you susceptible to different moral frameworks other than what Christ has laid for you. So like when I was in the Mormon church, I never had to worry about literally everything. My life went very well. I'll be honest. And when we left the church, it started to decay in different ways. I think it has to do with the organization, the church and its organization. But I also think today I didn't have an understanding of the things I was being taught, and I thought to myself, oh, they're describing Santa Claus. Like the God I believe doesn't look like Santa Claus. God made the universe. He can appear however he wants. He's not going to appear just as a human. But then when I started to really ponder and learn a little bit more on the left-hand path, I started to recognize the truth that is. And now this is my own testimony that I believe the church is true. And I never had that testimony before. So for me, it's very powerful. So for me, yes, it is a different understanding of all these things, and
yes,
whether it is some type of imminent time that's coming or keeping the end in mind, it is important because it's a new understanding of these concepts that I didn't. Because I grew up in it, it's the last thing I decided to explore. If that makes sense.
No, it makes great sense.
And then when I started to read it and start to understand it, and I reflected to some of the stuff I learned, I'm like, oh shit, this all makes sense. This makes a lot of sense. Wow, I didn't realize this. Oh, and then these are the ways that I was lied and people are lied to today. Interesting. Because when we're taught about like the inner God, we look at it from like an ego base. But like that's what Christ was trying to teach, the Holy Ghost. And the Holy Ghost is actually our conduit to spirituality. But it doesn't have an ego because it's something that's connected to everyone. And everyone has it within them. And that Holy Ghost is something that can be refined. And you can have a deeper personal relationship with it. It's kind of akin to your consciousness when you're trying to deliberate on some type of moral dilemma. And you have that angel and the demon. That angel on your shoulder is the Holy Ghost. And that demon is your lower self, the ego. So yeah, those concepts didn't really make sense to me at the time. Also, the difference between magic and miracle is much different. I always thought, I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, if you think about it, Christ was performing magic. Now, that's a perversion of miracle.
Right.
Magic is often requires ritual, concrete physical processes that will have a repeatable outcome of intention, and that often requires deception or an exclusion of information that although it can manifest those things, you may not realize what you're implicitly doing. Miracle, though, on the other hand, can just be performed. You don't have to understand how it happened, it just is. So that contrast, that, like even small little things like that made me understand, oh, this is what Christ was teaching.
Take care.
Like, this is what we are all Christian. We should all be following in Christ's example. If we lived in Christ's example, the world would be such a better place. I can't think of another person. Maybe, I mean, on some level Buddha, but I think some may argue that Buddha was an embodiment of Christ for the East. So I don't know. I think that this is something that can exist within all of us, which is why it's called. If you go to esoteric belief, Jesus, it's the God within all of us, but it's the one that's not attached to ego. It's the Holy Ghost. That's spirituality. It can be understood in many ways depending on the path that someone is on, right? But that concept rhymes across any different path. There's a concept or a word for this. The Satanists will believe that inner G means inner God. I prefer to believe that's inner Holy Ghost or inner Spirit. That's why you feel more energy when you listen to the angel on your shoulder. For some reason, you just feel like, wow, I feel like I can conquer anything when I do these things that are spiritually elevating. And for some reason, you find you have more energy for doing things, not even eating or taking a stimulant. So yeah, I mean, I understand also the concept you're talking about with the counterfeit dollar and everything. That was a process I actually had to learn. It's not something and it's probably a path I'm still on. So you should always take everything with a grain of salt. But that's why I say you do your own spirit work. I'm not even suggesting that you take what I'm saying as at face value. Maybe it's just a call to do some spirit work.
Sure, and I guess like the only reason I was really articulating any of this was just to say like that is my reason that I am reserved in response. It's not necessarily because I don't, you know, have a perspective or understand.
That's fair.
The concepts.
I try to use it as a way to understand the plans of Satan, so to speak. Because the same tongue that was used by angels is also the one used by devils. When you talk about like symbolic meanings and
right.
hidden message, that's the same. Like angels tried to speak it to you in a way that you understand truth. Devils will use it in a way to hide truth.
Well, that's why. That's why. When you look at when Jesus was tempted in the desert, right?
Right.
Like literally. What Satan did was he took scripture, right, and twisted it in a way that like applied to the situation, right? And the only way that Jesus was able to respond correctly to that was to understand that it had been twisted by understanding the whole scripture and not just part of it.
Of course. Well, I mean, LDS have a very intimate understanding of that concept too. One that would differ from other Christians. Like, we believe that the Bible is truth as long as it's interpreted correctly, which follows that same concept. So we follow the King James version of the Bible. And in the LDS editions, there are annotations and footnotes for different words, so that they're clear in the message that they're trying to convey. So that, for example, if I were to apply some type of esoteric or occult understanding to it, unless it is in line with the footnotes that word represents, it is a blasphemy or mockery. And on top of that, we also believe that the Book of Mormon is also the truth and the scriptures. So that's something that is very contentious amongst Christians, because it's considered an expansion on the Bible. We don't consider it to be an expansion. It's another testament. There was never a expansion or adding to the events that were mentioned in the Bible. They were completely separate and different events. So that's, again,
I don't know. I think that that's just like I guess you're. I guess the real difference is that like, it's not really so much an adding to, it's the reverence or the level of authority that a particular book has that really matters, right? Because
look at the Bible and the Book of Mormon to be equal. In fact,
right,
we study the Bible. We study the Bible before we study the Book of Mormon.
Whereas Christianity would say that that the Bible is the only authority.
I know.
Well, it's not just a testament though.
It's one of those things
I think the testament is just like a way to describe the that it's an experience, right?
Yeah. Okay. So I have the Book of Mormon in front of me. What it says on the title: the Book of Mormon, another testament of Jesus Christ. It's not saying that we're adding upon the books or. So here's the thing: when we how we understand the idea that this scripture may never be expanded upon, or sorry, altered or changed, is that we are not taking anything that's from the Bible and twisting it. We are taking it at its face value. And we are also suggesting that there was another testament of Jesus Christ. And this has nothing to do with the contents or the prophecy that was written in the Bible. It correlates to it. It's not anything that has been implicitly taken from the Bible to then make one solid book that is the Bible and the Book of Mormon in one. They are separate books.
Right. Yeah, I understand that.
And if so, to give a little context, we believe a lot of the Native Americans and the from North to South America are the people that are written in the Book of Mormon. That's why when they saw the conquistadors, they had thought that the gods had returned, that Christ had returned, because they saw these large ships with crosses bared on them, and they also mirrored similar to how Christ was and his testament.
So here's a question. Who is the author of the Book of Mormon?
The author of the Book of Mormon is essentially the stories that had been written on the golden plates, which had been interpreted by Joseph Smith.
Right.
So yes, there has to be a level of faith involved here.
Right. So
yes. Which can be hard for most people. I understand this is one of the hardest parts of Mormonism.
Well, and this is what I think this is a really big key distinguishment is that according like
the outcome of the church is evidence in itself the testament of Christ.
Okay, but okay, that aside, right?
Take care.
The author of the Bible, right? According to Christianity and according to the Bible itself, you know, it's self-testifying to this, is God.
Yes. This was good. So
meaning that not only did
we believe the same thing.
Not only did someone not only did someone have a revelation from God that they put down on the paper that is the Bible, right? But that God actually orchestrated the entirety of it, right? Without knowledge necessarily of that being the case from the people.
So if you this is a very summarized version. Joseph Smith prays in his heart. He wants to go to church. He doesn't know which church. He gets a revelation. That none of the churches are true. and that they're he is to restore the testament of Jesus Christ. He's then visited by an angel. This angel tells him to go to a hill to find where he'll find a testament of Jesus Christ in the accounts of the people in which they live. And he went to this mount for 4 years, and on the 5th year he went and he dug up the plates, and he was told to transcribe them using an instrument called the Urim and Thummim. He used this Urim and Thummim with eyewitnesses and transcribed these plates and wrote it into the Book of Mormon that we have today. That's like a very summarized top-level version. There's revelation from God, there's messages from angels, and there's instructions given by God because it is part of God's plan. So we check all the marks of what previous prophets or authorships of the sacred texts have. Now that does require a level of faith. So I totally understand it. I think it's good to have a skeptical mind, because if you don't come to it from a place of understanding, and there's some type of cognitive dissonance there, it makes the whole process very difficult. So it is good to question it and to sit with your own interpretations and understanding. And personally, I'm totally okay. This story checks out enough that it's believable, in my opinion. Now, I believe in a quantum universe, one that has possibility and probability. And I'm saying it's possible and it is probable. That's what I'm suggesting. Now, is there a reality where it isn't probable? Yes, but I don't think that there's a reality in which it's not possible.
Probability has to be measurable, right? Like that's
yes, and that's something that can be measured.
It's something that's used to measure something that cannot be explicitly defined.
But what I am also suggesting is that's only because currently it is a faith-based thing. But there is going to be a time in which where the plates are hidden, and the plate will be revealed. There is this aspect of faith, but there's also this confirmation of faith involved. Also, you're starting to see a lot of the skeptics were saying that, oh, these primitive tribes couldn't be riding on gold, let alone have gold. But we're finding all around the Americas, not only were they adorned with gold, but that they actually carved very, very hard stones, emeralds. They used mercury, they used gold. We're finding these very strange things at all these sites that could give credence to this idea that maybe, just maybe, there were people who were trying to share their history, and that they too were Christian, that they were one of the tribes of Israel. When the flood had happened, they came to the Americas, and that they also shared their testament to the people. And that's why you see such a familiarity with Christianity and the people that visited the New World at the time. That's what I'm suggesting. I think it's very probable, because the more you start to learn about the history of these Native Americans, you start to see a lot of the overlap, and you start to see a lot of similarities, and you see a lot of these things that were talked about in the Book of Mormon that are also mirrored in these Native American cultures and these different sites. So that's what I'm suggesting. If we live in a world in which there's possibilities and probability, even if it's not probable, it's hard to deny that it's not possible. I think it's certainly possible. I think that there's many things that we don't humor because we think it's not probable.
I would say that anything is observably possible until otherwise proven.
Sure, exactly. And that's what I'm suggesting.
Right, but then again, that is also, the very essence of blind faith, which I don't think
I don't have blind faith, though. That's why I
necessarily
say
like.
No. That's why I say it's important. It's important to really ponder it. So if you are skeptical, it's actually good. That's why I agree with you when you say that it, or I even subscribe to the idea that it is one of those hard things about the LDS that is a faith-based thing, but it's something that it's important to ask questions. It's important because I don't believe in blind faith. I'm the last person who would follow blind faith. I'm someone who will think very deeply about something, to the point of challenging even my own thoughts and ideas.
Yeah.
So I do think that I can understand. It might be one of those agree to disagree things, but it's not something I can compromise on. So that's why it's unfortunately it might not be a good to persuade. Otherwise, is a harder one than it is to persuade that it is, in my opinion, because of my bias. But I believe that bias is. But I believe that bias is good. Here's the thing. You don't necessarily need to judge something by its ideas. You should judge the thing by its outcome. And when you see that the outcome is, I believe, closer to Christ, it makes it a lot easier to have faith. Because I see that the outcomes lead to the results that I believe subscribe to the Christ-like, to the Christ within us all, the example and the covenants and way that we can live our life are closer to Christ. And,
So,
and when I compare that to, like, for example, Pentecostal, to me, I feel very spiritually elevated every time I go to church, anytime I attend or read the scriptures. Like I get deep meaning, and I feel very enriched, energy, so to speak. And that energy doesn't necessarily stem from this excitement, which I think that Pentecostal tends to lean towards. It's to excite the senses, and because it's exciting the senses, it's short-lived. Whereas one that comes from divine revelation, reverence, to spirituality, you find that energy actually emanates from the heart. It actually doesn't emanate from the root chakra or the mind chakra. It comes from the heart chakra. It comes from the heart. That's why when you look at like love contrasted to evil, it is literally the reverse of love. It's just spelled wrong. Love, evil. It's literally the polarity of the balance. Essentially, God versus Satan. Love versus evil. Evil just so yeah. That's why I believe the church is true, because the outcome is self-evident. I don't know if you've ever met someone from the LDS other than myself, but they're genuinely happy people, full of joy. And you almost question. You're like, how are these people so nice? Like, this is weird. That's just how they are. That's why for me, sometimes it's hard to like be in groups where everyone's really toxic, because I didn't grow up like that. I used to be really affected deeply about even being toxic with anyone around me. It like affected me at like on a deep level. Cause I'm all about like enriching everyone and having everyone evolve and be better. So I don't want to bring people down in that process. I think there's room for all of us to elevate. I don't think it's reserved for just one person. But yeah, I mean, I understand it. When you even think of like the word culture, cult, your cult. We all have cultures, and I know a lot of people look at the LDS as a cult. But you know what? In God's kingdom, it would look like a cult. So to everyone else, it would look very different, and it would look almost cult-like. You may be, if you're someone who's not spiritually elevated, you might look at that and be like, "Oh, I wouldn't even want to be there." Yeah, that's part of God's plan. You're not ready. You know, that's why we need to live in Christ's example, because if we live in Christ's example, we can be with him one day.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, cult is always just going to be an imitation of whatever is actually true, right?
But what I'm saying is Christ is the truth, so it isn't a cult. It is the truth. So everything else is actually a cult. I'm saying that to everyone else, the truth might look like a cult because they are living the societal culture. I know that's kind of strange, but that's when you think about it. Like that's also a large reason why a lot people don't understand why a lot of French words were adopted into the English dictionary. Sure, they had a lot of influence, and we are a language that's trying to diversify, but French has a lot of symbology, and it fits a lot of the esoteric and occult symbology of the English language. So, yeah, I like I said, I think that the truth would look like a cult to the culture.
For sure.
Culture being a French word, if I'm not mistaken. Culture. Couture. But you know they call churches cults here in France. Did you know that? Like the Catholic Church is considered a cult in France. That's just a word for religion.
I mean, I consider the Catholic Church a cult.
Well, yeah, if you understand the history of the Templars and the Catholic, there was a lot of perversion, blasphemy. That's why people look at like Freemasons as bad, because there was a lot of bad Freemasons. There was a lot of bad Templars. There was a lot of bad Catholic, and there was a lot of people fighting within. So that's why I don't necessarily want to put a blanket statement that all of them were bad. But there were certainly a lot of bad apples. That's the spiritual war that's always happening. They should be calling me. This is a Monday. I'm gonna call. I'll be right back.
Yes. Take care. Yes? Take care. Yes? Yes. Take care.
I just hated this filter. Oh, it's mana. Of course it's mana. Why is it mana? Oh my goodness, the game hates me. I can't believe that. It's so sad. I don't know about that one. Let's see.
Yes. Take care.
Where's the dude? Oh, here he is. 3. Oh, I probably didn't hit update. There we go. All right. I'm confused. Did I not? Here also. I suppose pretty nice.
Yes? Take care.
Hmm.
Such power. There is only one explanation.
All right. Oh yeah.
It all makes sense now. The epoch has finally come to me. I will have it.
Holy cow. Oh, man, that was stressful.
Take care.
Time to do emails.
Ooh, fun.
Yeah, fun. Listen to music while I do it. Let me get in the mood. I don't have to think too much, so I can listen to lyrical music.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah. I was talking to my dad about words, and one of the previous sponsors was like, "I am the egalitarian" on as their signature. It's like, egalitarian? What's that mean? And it's essentially the idea. It's essentially the principles of the Constitution expanded upon by opportunity and something else, and moral equality. And that's where I have an issue. Because I don't think you have to force, like, people mistake the journey as not being valuable, but the journey's as valuable, because if you force the understanding, it's only a short-term solution. So if with that concept in mind, by forcing some type of path onto someone, it doesn't necessarily bring the understanding that's necessary in that path. And worst of all, I don't necessarily think that there is moral equality. Unfortunately, we don't live in a life of moral equality. So the idea, for example, that we have in the UN China talking about human rights, and if we follow the egalitarian principle, we should respect their interpretation of human rights because they have a moral equality on the stage, the world stage. And me personally, I would say if you're enslaving, if you're subjugating a large group of your people into concentration camps, if you're essentially causing genocide, those are not morally equal things. That's not. I don't extend moral equality to this. So that's why I was like, yeah, she sounds like a social Marxist, very into intersectionality, and this is kind of like Chinese. This is the Chinese dog whistle.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because she's an Asian, she's Asian, so that's why I say that. This is literally the Asian dog whistle. It's saying, I'm coming from justice. Look, everyone's equal. It's like, yes, everyone is equal, but unfortunately our paths are not. It says characterized by social equality and equal rights for all people. I don't believe in social equality. I believe that everyone is so. Well, I guess let me define what social equality is. Okay. It's the way I understand it. That's the thing. When people use these words, they're worded in such a way that they can be loosely interpreted. So equal rights. Okay, social equality is a state of affairs in which all individuals within a specific society have equal rights, liberties, and status, possibly including civil rights, freedom of expression, autonomy, and equal access to certain public goods and social services. That doesn't seem bad. Okay, social equality requires the absence of legally enforced social class or caste boundaries in the absence of discrimination. I mean, this doesn't sound bad. Okay, so I'm for social equality. I take that back. Affirmative.
Yeah, but
it's just how it's interpreted that's the issue.
well, that's the thing. Is like literally not like every time that somebody says something does it actually mean.
I know. That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
The actual.
Because I was telling
It's like people are like, oh, these people are socialists, and they're like, it's like, no, that's not actually what socialism is, but
right.
I understand what you're like getting at.
Yes, because I think that, like, if we all did live in the service of others, socialism could be an amazing thing. But if we have moral corruption, if we aren't spiritually elevated, that process doesn't work because it gets corrupted inevitably. If evil exists, it will always be corrupted. So socialism, unfortunately, is ripe for those things. So is capitalism. So is democracy. Nothing is. That's why we've kept the appearance that America is so great, perfect for so long. But anything in extremes will lead to poison or decay or atrophy. Also, there's a difference between formal equality and substantive equality. I'm reading here. Formal equality is individual merit-based comparison of opportunity. So that then leads into like a lot of these race quotas that you get from businesses. And substantive equality moves away from individual merit-based comparisons towards group equality of outcomes. That's the issue with the equality of outcomes. That's okay. So they word it in such a way that you're like, everyone should agree with this. That sounds pretty good. And then when you read a little bit further, you start to realize, oh,
equality of opportunity and equality, or not even of opportunity.
Well, so formal equality is individual merit-based comparison of opportunity.
Right.
And then substantive is equality of outcomes. Moves away from individual merit-based comparisons and towards group equality of outcomes. And how they use, and that's the thing, how they sell you the idea of equality of outcomes is subjective.
Right.
Because if you were to look at equality of outcomes, it's a political concept which is central to some political ideologies and is used in some political discourse, often in contrast to equality of opportunity. It describes a state in which people have approximately the same material, wealth, and It describes a state in which all people have approximately the same material, wealth, and income, or in which the general economic conditions of everyone's lives are alike. Yeah. I mean, I would love that as long as that's actually what happens. There's a lot of form. Yeah, Marxism is a form of egalitarianism.
Take care.
Well, that's yep. Alright. Put some music on.
Yes? Take care. Easy. Too easy. Yes. Yes. Take care.
Hey.
Yeah, what's up?
too easy.
Yes? Stay safe. Safe travels.
Brings you here.
Cow.
Yes. 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 Take care.
Oh. Wait, did I not change it?
Yes. Yes. Take care.
Eesh. Yeah, these guys are scary. Oh, let's go. These guys hit so hard and they're so tanky. Like one or the other, not like freaking. Oh, you know what? Oh, it's just salvage, okay. What is this ring? Interesting.
Easy. Too easy. That was close. Easy. Too easy.
Oh, they have terrible forging potential.
Yes. Take care.
Goods be with you.
Yes?
What are we doing here? Oh, that was way too close.
Yes?
Oh man.
Take care.
Okay, let's go do actually, let's just do it from here. Oh.
More rats come to gnaw at the edges of my sanctum. How is this possible?
So trash. Wait, did I go the wrong way? Also didn't grab the teleport over here.
Thank you for the I can't complain about that. You ready to head out then? The Scalebane were never meant to be common thugs. The Scalebane use these to stage ambushes on people. It makes me sick to see them exploit our people.
Easy. Too easy.
Best me. Mine. Let's straighten them You can't run from us.
I'm gonna go get some food.
bound by the chains of fate. I will shatter them, along with who would seek to bind me. Freedom will be our future, my future, at any cost.
No one is been good. The temple is closed.
Was it just me, or was that... I am not sure if we can trust this friend of yours, but I trust him.
I overheard you. What? But that'll... It's well... And hey, if you're looking for a little detour before you dispose of it...
Can I help you? Safe traveler.
Was it just me, or was that speech? Was it just me, or was... If you have... I am not sure if we can trust this friend of yours, but I trust you.
Let's straighten him out. You're not going anywhere.
Easy. Too easy.
It will be.
Easy. Too easy.
What brings you here? Farewell.
After you're done with your business in the temple, I sure wouldn't mind. I made this. I know. With or what? Oh, come on. Where's that fighting spirit? It's going to work.
Not happening.
Before we go any further, you will find both the bazaar and observatory nearby. Keep in mind, picking one ally is the same as shunning another. While you're allied with one, accepted into the other until you break those ties. Decisions, eh?
Hello, Zerikos. My name is very. If you with our knowledge of the stars, one might gain prophecies and use their guidance to discover treasure where others would find naught. What do you say? Do you wish to have fate on your side?
Welcome, Prophet. Speak with Galila if you wish to purchase lenses. Welcome, Prophet. Speak with Galila if you wish to purchase lenses and other items that may aid you in your research. You are helping the Circle of Fortune a great deal, traveler.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, this costs too much, so. Well.
Not happening. Not happening. Not happening.
Don't look. Let's go thin their numbers a bit, shall we? Fall off. All we got to do is steer Talon towards the temple, and she should take care of the rest for us. It looks like the Ostrich went to front of us borrowing their fur. Get ready for a fight. We're hit. Grab onto something.
Actually, I think I need to go down here. in this quest.
Not happening.
Hmm? Farewell. Hmm? Farewell. Hmm? Hmm? Farewell. Hmm? Farewell.
Yes?
Hmm? Farewell.
Yes? Yes?
Was it just me, or if when you? I am not sure if we can
Yes.
trust this friend of yours, but I
Farewell.
trust you.
Did I finish this one?
Good day, traveler. Not happening.
Hello.
Nope.
There you are. There's a shrine just outside the city. People leave idols there to protect others on their trip.
Yes. Okay.
Not happening.
Okay.
I can't believe it. Don't you worry about me. I'll be fine.
Not happening.
Here, 4, 10, 15, 5, 8. We're not anywhere close right now. These are so bad. What? I could actually try crafting this. Hmm. Mana region. Yeah, this is not very good. Okay. I mean... This could actually theoretically roll. Yeah, I think this is better.
Easy. Too easy.
I have no idea what this is like useless to me. Alright, let's roll some bows.
Easy. Two. That was close.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, buddy. Hello, buddy.
Adam does not appreciate the word buddy.
Buddy.
If you couldn't figure that out.
Hey, how was playing with your matron?
That's good.
Yes.
Okay, I'm back. Hey, get in here.
Welcome back.
Logging in.
Oh, thank you. I was making sausages for my daughter.
Oh, nice.
That's nice.
Don't cut them. She won't eat it.
Uzi, I'm level 70.
Great.
I haven't died yet.
What happens if you die?
What happens if I die? My character goes from hardcore to softcore.
Oh, like, wow.
That's what happens if I die.
So it's not like the hardcore choice, like, wow.
actually thought it was on my EU account.
Damn troll.
Oh, that's gonna be awesome.
Dune is such
It is.
It's an even better book.
Oh,
It's a chunky one.
there's so many.
I know.
But isn't it Dune 1 and 2 parts of the book?
I think it's just the first book.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're right. It's just one book, but the guy who made the rest was the son of the original author.
The original Dune is incredible, but the other ones are also cool. It expands on the idea. It gets very sci-fi.
Yeah, because when my brother was telling me about it, it was the original book by something Herbert.
Frank Herbert.
It was, yeah, that's it. His son ended up writing the rest.
Yeah, it talks about like Leto the God King, and it starts getting really wild.
Yeah, that's what he was telling me. He's like, after,
he goes
after
Super
that,
Saiyan, but like
he turns it from like a very based,
I would say it's
into-
very based. Yes, but it gets a little sci-fi with his son.
Yeah, his son. My brother literally said that he's got some weird alien fetish.
Yes. Yes. Well, but I mean, I think there are still cool concepts that it describes, and I think they are worth examining and even like pondering. But I honestly think if you had to just read one of the first one is honestly the foundation for all those concepts to exist.
Oh yeah.
And it's a really good book, and I think they've done the book justice on this movie. Like the last movie, I felt like it's so much to cover in one movie. If they tried to cover in one movie, it becomes the timeline gets all skewed. That's what they tried. That's what they did with the first Dune. I don't know if you saw the first Dune.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, the first Dune felt like it was going all over the place. Very entertaining, and if you read the book, you can kind of forgive it in some regards. But if you've never read the book, it's a completely different story than the book.
The thing is with Dune, like, cause my brother he loves to read about filmmakers and like authors. He's a historian. That's what he is.
Right.
Because he even works with fucking what do they call Natural History Museum? Yeah.
Right.
But he was telling me about how Dune, the movie, it was a massive. So it was planned to come out in like 2000, like 2010 somewhere. Like their plan
the one that just came out?
Yeah.
I see.
Like they were planning to make it earlier, but because obviously CGI is
it's come a long
where it
way.
was at.
Yeah.
Where it was at, it was not up to the. Okay, go please. Thank you. Bye bye.
Yeah. Spider-Man.
Keep going. Thank you. I forgot what I was saying. Damn
You're talking about how the CGI wasn't up to par, so they had to actually wait.
Yeah. So with like Lord of the Rings, it was a massive hit.
It was.
But that was like the biggest step for like CGI innovation, and topping that is going to be so hard, especially with like going from a book that was a massive hit, and if you bring out a movie, it's going to turn out subpar.
Right.
So he was like, the best time was to bring it out in 2020 or even in fact 2018, but I disagreed with him. I just had to disagree. It's nature.
Just because he's your brother.
Exactly.
just because that alone should be enough.
Just looked at him and said, I have to disagree.
The end will come all the same.
But Dune 2 looks amazing.
Yes, it does. Seems pretty good, actually.
That's amazing. What?
That's amazing.
That's so good. What the hell? I'm not gonna what the hell?
Yes? Eterran Grey
If I had if I actually had nice
Close.
Not even close.
Close.
Start stacking buys. Three people. Count these. Those you know.
Spider-Man.
Retarded intro of Speedrun.
I'm curious.
Why is 3 people going punk?
Really?
I'm not. Literally.
Figuring out what I'm doing. I have disco and punk right now.
Yeah. Is there 3 of you going disco as well?
No, I'll just have this. Seems better.
I hate Gragas. Gragas is the best 1-star. Like 1v1 1-stars, Gragas is the best. I'm sorry. Like he heals back most his HP.
Oh, that worked. And Spinderman. I mean Spinderman.
Okay. I will take this.
Look at this, I guess.
Not even close, baby.
No, that one wasn't close. But it happens.
Like, I cannot find the fucking... I can't find shit. Yes, I love going back to back to back.
Me too. This guy's taking all my pwn. Son of a bitch. He's literally taking all my pwn.
Yeah, there's 3 of you.
Okay, thank you, game. Thank you, game. Oh my. I'm getting a call. Give me a second.
I would love to have a front line. That's something that would be nice to do. Nice. Okay.
Holy shit. This guy is beefy. I see.
Fuck, I was deciding whether to go for that or this.
Gotta decide quicker.
I know! Arr. Yarr. There she blows. Patio.
Oh my. Even when I thought I'm off work, I'm not off work.
Shagada Bowie.
Baba Booey.
Shagada Bowie.
Baba Booey.
Shagada Bowie. Fuck it, as they say. Who gives a goddamn? Man, get off my stage, bitch.
Oh, man.
I just changed my team, I don't know. I might have fucked up. Whoa, what is that artifact? What?
He's winning now, baby.
I know it happens.
It's me.
It's me, Mario.
It's me. Play the drums.
Okay, hold on.
Whips out the drum set.
I'm gonna go take a nap. I'll be back, guys.
Alright, bro.